Provati jo kako dobro širamo. Možeš uvijesti na YouTube kanalu ako dobro šira sad. Ako dobro sad širamo. Na YouTube kanalu.
fine with anything for rating. But certainly I start with the now. I suggest someone
Yellow says spoiler.
Hi, Henry. We'll just wait for maybe 2-3 minutes.
Yes.
So we have a signing sheet for the someone is new or is not, so we will give him additional sheet. We will do this every day.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Should I turn off the light because you don't really see the screen, or?
Good idea.
In Croatia, we usually wait 15 minutes. It's like perfectly fine. I don't know how it's in your country, but since it's 9:05, we can start.
One disclaimer. The lady came with a mobile phone and she said it was found here. And somehow okay, so the phone is here.
Yeah, it is not.
But he's not here.
Yes.
Okay, then we will put it here. Here.
Yes.
Who keeps the debate?
What?
The debate that what who keeps.
Yes.
Okay, Chris just went to the office to find a phone. Or? I thought
He's home.
yeah, but he was just here. He went to
Yeah.
Okay, no problem. Okay, let's. We can basically start and then please join us. Okay, so Anton, should I unmute or are already unmuted? We're unmuted. Okay. So welcome everybody. Good morning. I hope you had a good day yesterday, that you had some time to relax, and that you're ready for new things today. As I mentioned yesterday, we had a very slight change in the schedule, so Kathy's presentation was actually meant to be done yesterday together with Luis, where the idea was to also give you some kind of insights or introduction to the overall topic, together with, let's say, a short overview of the LOCOMOTION project and the William model. So we are actually going to do that today on this first slot till our coffee break. So the first, we will have Kathy, and afterwards Luis will continue. Luis will continue around 10ish, I would say, right, Kathy? You're unmuted. You're muted, sorry. Okay. Okay, without further ado, then I would
think she's frozen.
Yeah.
Again. No, she's not. Hi, Kathy, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Okay. I don't know if you heard the last thing I was saying, but basically the floor is yours. You can share your presentation, and you can start with the presentation.
Okay. Can you? It says that I'm not able to share. Can you?
Okay. We have to stop sharing. Okay. Again, with the internet, why is it?
Should we turn on the camera?
We should turn on the camera. Yes, absolutely.
Sharing.
Okay, now you can see us.
Yes. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Captain.
Okay.
Yeah. Now I can also share. Okay. Can you see it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thanks so much for giving me the opportunity to talk to you today. And also apologies that I can't be with you, but I hope it will work out online as well. So my name is Kati Wiese. I work for the European Environmental Bureau, which is a large network of environmental organizations based in Brussels. And we are also one of the project partners of the LOCOMOTION project. And today I just wanted to give you a brief introduction into EU policymaking and also the NGO perspective. So why does it actually matter for us to be in this project, and how can results also be used to do advocacy work on EU policies? So I hope this is interesting for you. And I'm also looking forward after my presentation to have maybe a Q&A session with you in case you have some questions. Okay, so what is the EU actually, and how does it make decisions? Probably also most of you know this. So the European Union is this kind of unique economic and political union between 27 European countries. And the predecessor of the European Union was created in the aftermath of the Second World War. So the first steps were basically just to foster economic cooperation, because the idea was a bit that countries that would trade with one another would become economically interdependent or interconnected, and also more likely to avoid conflict and hence peace. And the result of this was then the European Economic Community that was created in 1958, with the initial aim of increasing economic cooperation. And the first 6 countries were Belgium, Germany, France, Italy, Luxembourg, and Netherlands. And so what basically started as this purely economic union has evolved now into an organization with 27 member states, and also covering many different policy areas. So climate, environment, health, security, justice, and migration, to just name a few here. Also like to just basically explain you how does the EU work. So the European Union is based on the rule of law. So this means that every action taken by the EU is founded on treaties that have been approved voluntarily by all member states. And the treaties are also negotiated and agreed by all member states, and then also ratified by the parliament or by referendum. And the treaties basically lay down the objects of the European Union, and also set out the rules how the EU institutions operate, how decisions are being made, and also the relationship between the EU and the member states. And here, just to give you a quick overview of the different institutions. So the main institutions are the European Parliament, the Council of Ministers, the Council, the European Commission, and the European Council. I will also explain it a bit more in a minute. And then we have also advisory committees, such as the Economic and Social Committee or the Committee of the Regions. Then institutions such as the Court of Justice and the Court of Auditors, and the European Central Bank and the European Investment Bank. So the European Parliament is basically the voice of the European citizens. So it has members from all EU countries, and they're directly elected by the citizens every 5 years. So the next EU election is in 2024. The European Parliament discusses new laws that are proposed by the European Commission. It can then modify if it feels like or if it's necessary, and decides these laws then together with the Council. It also elects the President of the European Commission, and it approves the budget. Yes, and it holds at least 6 sessions per year in Brussels and 12 in Strasbourg. So I don't know if you heard of, but it's called basically Green Week, whenever the MEPs, like the members of the European Parliament, are actually traveling to Strasbourg to have negotiations there. But there's also a lot of discussion if there's actually still feasible these days, or if the stress and the environmental impact is actually not too high. But it's a bit of a difficult issue. Then the European Council brings basically together the heads of state of a government of each country. It doesn't really adopt EU laws, but it can set the EU main priorities and policy directions, so where should it go or where should it head in the future. And it also meets at least 4 times in Brussels or Luxembourg for the so-called European summits. This is not to confuse with the Council of the EU, so it's sometimes a bit confusing, these two words. And these are basically represents the governments of the EU countries, so it brings together ministers of the EU countries who meet to discuss EU matters. For example, if there's a new agriculture law, all the agriculture ministers would then meet to discuss this from each country. And this is also the body that takes the decisions and passes the laws together with the European Parliament. And it also has a rotating presidency. So every 6 months, another EU country takes the lead to also like facilitate and enhance these discussions. And at the moment, it's the Czech Republic who holds the presidency until the end of the year. And they meet in Brussels or Luxembourg. And then we have the European Commission. So the European Commission is its aim, or its meant, is to kind of represent the EU common interests. It's made of the president, who is Ursula von der Leyen at the moment, the lady in blonde in front, and a commissioner from each country responsible for a specific topic. So all member states need to be represented here. And they also, at least in the last commission, they strive to enhance gender equality as well. It's basically the main body actually that proposes new laws and programs. It's also elected every 5 years by the European Parliament, so it will also be re-elected when we'll have the elections in 2024. It manages the EU policies and budget. It's also so-called guardian of the EU treaties, because whatever it proposes a law, it has to ensure that it's in line with the EU treaties. And it's located in Brussels and in Luxembourg. Here's a very simplified kind of a sketch of how EU policymaking or lawmaking is basically working. But yeah, just very simple. So it's most of the time, I think 80 or 90%, it's European Commission that proposes a law. And then it's been kind of discussed and negotiated between the European Parliament and the Council of the European Union. And here there can be different stages. For example, the European Parliament can reject the proposal, then has to make another proposal what it wants to amend, and it needs to go back to the Council. If they're also rejected, it needs to go back to the Parliament. So there can be different kind of rounds. And if both agree, it will then create a new EU law. Then there are also different types of EU laws. So as I mentioned before, the treaty is the fundament or the fundamental laws of the EU. And all treaties must be ratified and passed and agreed by member states. It's basically like constitution. And that's why it's also very, very, very difficult to actually change the treaty, because basically every EU member state must agree. So whenever there's something where it actually requires treaty change, it's almost, I mean, it's not impossible, but it's, yeah, I think it's very, very challenging. The European Charter of Fundamental Rights has basically the same values than the treaties. Then we have regulations that are laws that apply to all member states. And they also become part of the national law and can also be enforced through national courts of each member states from the time they come into force. We also have directives that are laws that basically set goals for member states to implement. And member states can, if they want, introduce these laws and then transpose directives into national law. And directives also usually or normally have a deadline for countries to adopt them into national law. Then we have decisions. These are only relevant for specific bodies. For example, the EU Commission might issue a decision that Ireland is acting in breach of EU law. And this decision then has a direct effect on the country or company or organization that the decision is issued against. And then there are also recommendations and opinions which are not binding. So the EU member states can follow the advice of these recommendations if they wish to, or they can also choose to not say or do anything. So that's why, I mean, sometimes we have really great recommendations, but if they're not legally binding, it's also, yeah, it's maybe not so impactful in a way. What does the EU do? I think I also touched upon a few points before. I mean, probably all of you know the Erasmus Plus program. Then we have free roaming now in all of the European Union. Environmental protection is an important aspect, or it got at least increasing importance in the last 4 years. Consumer rights and safety, so how to ensure that the products have a certain standard when they come into the EU. Also a lot of research, a lot of focus on research, so such as LOCOMOTION is also one of the EU-funded projects. So the EU tries to also enhance or incentivize research into certain areas. And then also directions or programs that concern how the EU is in relationship with other countries or beyond Europe. And one of those aspects is also development cooperation or projects. The EU priorities, at least for this commission, is the European Green Deal, which I will talk about in a minute. Then we have also the Next Generation EU. This is basically this big package and investment package, which should help the member states to recover from the aftermath of the pandemic, and yeah, to a certain extent also now as response to the energy crisis. Here we can also see that the Green Deal, but also digitization objectives are also kind of integrated in this, because in the so-called national recovery and resilience plans that the member states had to put forward in order to receive the funding, at least 30% or 37% of the investments had to be channeled to green investments and 20% to digital ones. Yeah, leading to another focus, which is the digitization. So how can we ensure everyone has access in the EU to the internet, but also there are also laws and propositions to ensure data protection, etc. And then another focus is also equality. So as I mentioned, I mean, there are many work areas, but I would like to maybe focus on the European Green Deal here, as it's also yeah, most relevant for this project and our work. So the European Green Deal was launched in 2019 by the European Commission. It's basically a package of policy initiatives which aims to set the EU on a path to a green transition, with the ultimate goal of reaching climate neutrality by 2050. It has many different initiatives and policies. It also includes a European climate law, a European climate pact, and also global strategy for international relations. And it's divided in 8 different policy areas. So you can see some of those here, like the farm to fork strategy, for example, towards the green cap. So these are 2 initiatives that actually try to make the agriculture sector more sustainable. The notion of a just transition, so how can we ensure that we leave no one behind? It's the term that the Commission uses, is also kind of present. So there's a just transition mechanism, which is basically also a funding mechanism that aims to support high polluting areas in certain regions. So for example, coal regions. So if we don't use coal anymore, how can these people be supported financially, but also in reskilling, etc. Transport is also a big area, and also clean, yeah, reliable and affordable energy. So how can the energy transition actually being put forward? I wanted to give maybe 2 concrete examples. So one is renewable energy. The European Green Deal basically includes a package that is called Fit for 55 package, which aims to achieve this goal to become carbon neutral by 2050. And the Fit for 55 package also includes a proposal for the revision of the Renewable Energy Directive. And this proposal is meant to increase the current EU level target of 32% of renewable energy sources in the overall energy mix to at least to 40% by 2030. And it also proposes the introduction or the support of sectorial sub-targets and measures across sectors, with a specific focus on some of the sectors where the progress of integrating renewable energies has been very slow to date. So here we talk about transport, building, and industry. And in the so where we are now with this is actually that the EU energy ministers agreed on a joint position for the proposal in June this year. And now it will start to be negotiated in the Council and the European Parliament. From our side, for example, what is I mean, one can discuss if the target of 40% is actually way too low. And another one which is been debated at the moment is what actually counts as renewable energies, because in the proposal right now, there are some wording that, for example, nuclear energy or gas or whatsoever should be included. So yeah, that's been a bit debated now. Another issue is the exclusion of fossil fuel subsidies, which should be included in this as well. It's interesting, or I mean concerning actually, that although the subsidies for renewable energies increased, but at the same time, the subsidies for fossil fuels have been relatively constant in the last year. And another example I wanted to give you is the Energy Efficiency Directive. So the Commission has also proposed to revise the current energy efficiency strategy. And here the aim is to increase the current EU level target for energy efficiency from 32.5 to 36 for final and 39 for primary energy consumption. And in addition to this, it had also put forward provisions to accelerate the energy efficiency efforts by member states. So this includes, for example, annual energy savings obligations, or also new rules that aim to decrease the energy consumption of public sector buildings, for example, and also targeted measures how we can protect vulnerable consumers. This is actually at the stage that the Council already adopted it, and now it goes to negotiations with the European Parliament. Just to also kind of tell you where we are with this file. Besides this, as the lurching energy crisis and cost of living crisis, there have been actually also been another package agreed, the Repower plan, the EU Repower plan, which also is aimed to accelerate a bit the energy saving targets, to be ready for the winter. So I think this, it's also been then another additional push actually to increase energy efficiency. Then the EB and our advocacy work. As I mentioned before, we are an umbrella of environmental organizations. So we have around 177 or 80 by now members from all European member states, but also some accession countries. That means, for example, we also have members in the Ukraine. Yeah, so I just this slide. Yeah, here it's already 180 members. Here's just like our vision, our mission. So basically, how can we create a future where people and nature thrive together? And we mainly do this through EU advocacy work. So that means that our advocacy work is mostly targeted towards EU policymakers. As you have seen right now, that EU policymaking is it's not only done here, it's also in negotiations with member states to very, very, very large extent, because they have to agree in the end. It's then with our members that we work together, that they and also do their advocacy work on the national level. What I also think what makes us unique from other organizations such as Greenpeace, for example, or Climate Action Network, organizations that you might know, is that we work on on a wide range of different issues. So here also on the next slide, some of the issues we work on. So it's really from pollution to climate, energy, health, air pollution, circular economy. So yeah, we have quite a large base that we, a large focus area that we basically work on. Here I just thought it's maybe interesting for you to see like how we define our priorities. So I don't really want to go into detail here, but we also have our internal so-called theory of change. So what do we actually need to influence, and where do we need to focus on to, in the end, achieve a healthy environment? And this we also have for every working area, basically. So yeah, it was a long process to come up and agree on this theory of change. Yeah. So what do we need to do to achieve what we actually want to achieve? Yeah, also don't need to go into detail here, but maybe it's just interesting for you to how we work. So as we are a membership organization, we do have a general assembly and also in the board and the executive committee that we have to work closely together. So we, for example, say, okay, we think these should be the work priorities for next year. And then it's actually been discussed with our board, which consists of our members and agreed on, and only then we can actually also work on these areas. And we mostly, for me or for my team, we mostly interact with the so-called working groups. So for every thematic area, we have a specific working group, which we meet twice a year. And with the working group, we also try to discuss what are the priorities for next year, what are we working on, and how can we better work together. So I'm leading the economic transition team. This was founded in 2018 out of the need that we have to promote alternative economic thinking and policies. So basically, how can we transform our economic system that it goes beyond GDP to one that prioritizes people and nature? So that means that since 2018, we basically also have a working group on this. And how do we do this? I would say there may be three overarching areas. So one is influencing and creating a new economic narrative and a more positive vision. So in the early stages of our team, there was also the need to actually create a bit awareness, like why should environmental organizations, for example, work on economic issues? So how is everything interlinked with each other? And basically saying, okay, really effective environmental policy is actually only possible if we change the economic system. And then also, what does a more positive vision actually look like? Then we also provide and amplify scientific evidence for new economic thinking. And also here, it's Horizon projects such as LOCOMOTION are very, very useful because they can give us actually some of the evidence that we then can also use and translate into reports or policy demands, etc. And then another area is, and it goes hand in hand with like shaping a new economic narrative, is then also, okay, some of the ideas that we have, what does it actually mean for concrete policies? And here the focus is on reforming existing policies, but also how can we design and amplify more ambitious policies, for example. So why are we engaged in the LOCOMOTION project? I mean, I already said, for us, it's a very, very useful tool and also very useful to have the results because it strengthens our argumentation and our advocacy work. I think you will hear a bit more about the project later, or maybe you also heard about it before, but our main responsibilities here is the stakeholder engagement. So how do we, to ensure that the model is being used or the results are being used, it's important to involve stakeholders at different parts of the project. And with stakeholders, we mean policymakers, politicians, academics, civil society, and the private sector. So what we do, or what we did, where we had organized focus groups, for example. We also organized different events, which we called LOCOMINAs, where we discuss a certain topic, and then we have in discussions with our audience at the end. We're also present in different conferences and big EU events, for example. At the end of this month, there's the European Sustainable Energy Week. So basically, it's the main week where the future of the energy system is kind of being discussed through different events, side events, or other activities. And there we are, for example, present. So we try to explain to the people that come there, or the participants of the conference, what is locomotion, how is it useful for you, etc. Another important part is the communication and dissemination of project results and models. So my communication colleague, for example, he's leading the social media activities. He's also trying to ensure that results are published in mainstream media, for example. So how can we ensure that what we do, or what the model is actually also being widely known? And then another important aspect is the policy briefs and advocacy. So here, for example, you see 2 policy briefs that we published. So one is 5 science-based tips for the EU's green transition, and another more recent one is recommendations how we could secure or enhance energy security, sustainability, and sufficiency in Europe and beyond. And I'm also happy to share the link later, but basically there are some recommendations which have been informed by LOCOMOTION research, and there are 5 areas in this policy brief. And then when we have these policy briefs, for example, we use those to have meetings with politicians or policymakers to discuss those recommendations. Okay, and this was just meant as a quick introduction. I hope it was interesting for you also to hear a bit about EU policymaking and how we work and how we use the results. And yeah, I'm happy to have a Q&A session now and looking forward to your questions. Thank you.
Who wants to start first?
Hello.
There's a volunteer.
You can start. You can be a little bit louder because our microphone is here. So.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
First of all, thank you so much for the presentation. I have one simple question. In July 2019, the EEB published a report under the name Decoupling the Bank. I don't know if you are aware of that document, of that report. It is a report about the evidence and arguments against the green growth as the sole strategy for sustainability. It was published under the authorship of Parike et al. And my question is how this report has affected the European New Green Deal or climate strategy, and if not, why not?
Sorry, it was really difficult for me to understand.
Oh, okay.
The decoupling demand report from 2019, how has it influenced EU strategy and the EU Green Deal?
The what from 2019?
Decoupling demand report.
Ah, yes. Yeah, I mean, there have been some, I mean, like you said, so basically the European Green Deal is still framed as a growth strategy. So we got a lot of like positive resonance or feedback from this decoupling report, and we also still use it a lot in our advocacy work. But as a matter of fact, in the overall EU bubble, green growth is still seen as the solution. And I think it's also one of the easier ways for politicians, right? So we don't have to kind of change our lifestyles. We can just continue. We can just green the infrastructure as it's now. It's of course also problematic because in some of the proposals that we see now, it's being reflected, right? So a lot of when we think about the transport sector, for example, a lot of the recommendations right now or policies are only focused on greening the infrastructure that we have, which means, for example, just replacing fossil fuel cars with electric cars. But in the end, that will not get us to a low-carbon society below 1.5 degrees. And then also actually, I mean, there are issues with raw materials, and there's also some locomotion research on it, but it's also neglecting actually social justice impacts. So if we think that mostly women or other vulnerable groups take public transport, it's actually not really focused on more public transport investments or improvement. So basically, to answer your question, I do think it helped. I mean, I think there's a start of the debate of the discussion. Also, just last week there was an event on green growth versus post growth. There have been also several events in the parliament. There's also a big Beyond Growth conference being hosted in May next year, organized by all political groups, I think, except of the far right. But we're still not there that people would not count on green growth. I hope that, I don't know if that answered your question.
Yes, no, thanks.
Okay, any more questions, comments? Yeah, please.
Hi, Katie. We are in Dubrovnik, you are in Brussels. Today we are witnessing many news from Brussels regarding new energy disrupted situation about gas, electricity, nuclear, coal. We are listening about big, let's say, packages for I don't know, for saving some industries which are mostly affected. Can you just give us a few updates on what is going on, what is going to be, let's say, concluded regarding this energy crisis?
Yeah, I mean, that's also what I that's the big risk at the moment, actually, because of the crisis and the war in Ukraine. Environmental protection is being sidelined again. And I do think to a certain extent the Commission tries to pull through that some of that it should be like thought together, but then we also see a very, yeah, like you said, a very big pushback from member states. There's also been the issue before that the new taxonomy came out, so kind of categorizing which investments are green and which not, and in the end it actually includes nuclear and gas, which was a huge defeat for many, because this potentially will lock us into fossil fuel infrastructure for a very long time. And also some of the things are still being discussed now, but as I said before, for example, with the Renewable Energy Directive, there are also claims now to include, for example, fossil fuel or certain fossil fuel as renewable energy, and that would like very diminish the target and also would set us back for a long time. So the negotiations are starting now for most of these files for the Fit for 55. So there's not a definite outcome, it's not looking super great, to be honest. I'm not a huge expert of the Repower EU plan, but it does, for example, also have some positive aspects into it. I think the windfall tax, for example, was also part of it. But then often some of the more, for us, maybe progressive proposals were then actually only recommendations. So in the end, it's then up to the member states what they accept or not, or what they implement or not. So it's really, it's really clear that industry lobby is very, very strong. Civil society and also other actors, I think, are trying really hard to go against this force, say it that way. But yeah, in the end, it's not looking super great. And then we also still have to see, because most of the Fit for 55 legislation will be negotiated end of December, beginning of next year.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? No? Okay, Katie, thank you very much. The room, so we will just have like we can continue. Okay, once again.
Okay, thanks a lot. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Kathy.
Bye bye.
Yeah, you too.
We're ready.
Good morning again. So first, I'm sorry for the delay. Unfortunately, we have taken a wrong bus. So the good news is that we have been a tour around the hills of the city with a very nice overview. So unfortunately, I'm a bit late. So. As everybody knows, this summer course is part of a broad locomotion project. So, in today's session, I'm going to introduce you just a brief overview of the project itself. Well, it's wrong because it was planned for Monday, but so. I was telling you that this session is due to give you an overview of the locomotion project. In the next days, as you know, so
Start the video.
okay, thank you. Okay, so.
It's okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in the next days, as you know, we know a lot of details about locomotion and mainly about the William model. So this session is only just an overview of the project itself, not only the model. Okay. Well, by the way, I have also apologized my English. I have a terrible English. Anyway, I hope you will be able to understand more or less. So, let me start with an overview of the session. I'm going to talk a little bit about the original motivation of the project. This is quite important for us because it's not only a research project. For us, it's just a project in which we believe, because we consider that it's quite relevant for society, not only just for that to have another research project, something like that. Obviously, I will give you an overview of the project, the locomotion objectives, what are the objectives of the project structure. This is something that maybe sounds a little bit strange for you, but I think it's quite relevant to know how we organize a project of this nature for those that don't have experience in this kind of projects. And obviously, we have time for comments and questions. So, starting with the motivation of the project. The people that start with this project, all of us have a real concern about the problems about sustainability and climate change impact. It's not only just, as I mentioned before, just one more research project about something like, I don't know, cameras or artificial intelligence or whatever. Indeed, the people that are working in this project comes from different knowledge areas, like, let's say, engineering, economics, sociology, philosophy, whatever. So we try to put together our knowledge in order to find a real, we try, of course, to find a real solution of the problems. So in this way, the first step was already finished previous project called MEDEAS, in which we develop the MEDEAS model. I will tell you about a little bit about this model because it's the starting point of the William model. Even when we have changed so many things in the William model, that we only have some very old parts of the MEDEAS model. The starting point also in this MEDEAS project was to it's just to because we detect some relevant gaps in existing integrated assessment model. Obviously, the final objective, the final aim of the project is to develop an integrated assessment model. Maybe you already know what is an integrated assessment model. Anyway, we will talk about integrated assessment models within all the sessions. And we detect some gaps in these, let's say, old models all integrated external models. Mainly the kind of gaps, obviously we can discuss about that, were insufficient consideration of the physical constraints to energy availability or lack of consistent integration of climate change damage in impact assessment. So also here mentioned yesterday some of these gaps that we detect, and really there are quite similarities between what she explained yesterday and what we detect in this project. So, okay.
No, it's not working.
Okay, now, which one is now the... Okay, maybe now. Okay, now. So, the structure of the Medea's models, it has one world model, then one European model, and then a couple of country models, okay? But they were nested. So you need to run the world model in order to have, let's say, all the scenario variables at the world level, to run later European model, and then you can run any country model considering the data, the results of the previous European scenario and world scenario. Okay? This is the structure of the Medea's model. Inside of these models, we have a structure of modules. One of the modules were due to the economy and population. The economy were represented mainly by input-output tables with 35 economic sectors, and population trying to follow more or less the projections, the United Nations projection, more or less, with different scenarios and ability. So we have then energy, let's say, energy consumption required. So through the consumption functions from economy and population, we demand some energy. This is the energy demanded. The energy demanded is in the 5 types of energy, mainly electricity, heat, liquids, solids, and gas. Usually gas is natural gas, of course. Liquids is mainly oil, but not all. Solid is mainly coal, but not only coal, different types of coal, and so on. Electricity comes from different sources, of course. But this is the demand side. In the offer side, in the supply side, we have obviously 2 types of energy supply, renewable and non-renewable. This scheme will be quite similar in Williams. So even when we have obviously some change, that we will talk about that, you can take in the mind more or less this kind of scheme. Here in Medeas we have the supply energy, also the same 5 types of energy, and about 23 different sources. I mean, source mean wind offshore, photovoltaic, all these kind of renewables, and of course non-renewables like fuel, coal, natural gas, and so on. Okay, so we confront energy demand and energy supply. In regular conditions, we obviously can cover with the market the energy consumption. It has consequences on the climate model, climate submodule. Climate submodule has more inputs, like for example the land use change, CO2 emissions, absorption, and other greenhouse emissions. And one of the inputs that we need here in the energy supply comes from the energy facilities. Energy facilities also needs materials, so we consider some of the more critical materials that we need, copper, aluminium, and also rare elements and so on. And it comes from the energy facilities or energy infrastructures. Okay, model. Also, we have, I already mentioned the land use model. It was very, very simple land use model. So in William we have developed a much better and wider land use, but it was a very simple one. And obviously what is at the end the most important point is the social and environmental impact indicators related with, obviously with economy, but also inequality, impacts from climate model and so on. In this model we have some impacts of the climate directly in economy through the production decrease if we have serious climate impacts. And it's also one of the points that we have improved in the William model. Okay, this was more or less the structure. The William structure, as you will see, is not very, very different, but each of the models has got to be deeper. Okay, obviously you want to have more information about this model. Anyway, this model is simpler than William, but this is still okay, and is, I think, a quite interesting model anyway. Indeed, we still use it. And you can check it, of course, in the web page, and also there is a massive online course, completely free, of course, in this web page. The next year, by the way, we will also develop a massive online course for this William model, but this is something for the next year when William will be really at the end of the project really. So at the moment we don't have. So during the development of this model, of this project, Medias project, we detect many possible improvements and extensions of the model. So it was the motivation to try to develop a new project. This new project, LOCOMOTION, that is the one that we are going to talk, start with the needs that we have detected in the Medias model. Some of these needs were a greater geographical desegregation, because as I told you, in the Medias model we have a world model that is quite interesting, just to have an overview of the model. Indeed, we are only one world, so this is the really important point of view. But obviously, many countries want to say, and what can I do in Spain? What can I do in Italy? What can I do in Germany? So we need to give some answer to these politicians. So we try to develop a greater geographical desegregation. We need to develop also more indicators of social impact. It's not so easy. Yesterday we were talking something about the well-being indicators. Probably most of you know a lot of well-being indicators, but they are not very easy to measure. How to measure this well-being in real terms. Need to include variables from financial system, but there doesn't have any kind of financial issue. And also you mentioned yesterday, I think that most of the economy is maybe increasing due to the financial assets, for example, and financial issues maybe also considered, maybe also be a limit of the growth in some terms. So for example, the debt of the countries, the debt of the government cannot increase until I don't know how much. So the financial limits we try to consider also. Also, we detect that we need to improve the quality of the software, some technical issues like naming convention, optimization, code systematization, some technical issues related to programming. Okay? And also to develop a free user interface for stakeholders. Finally, people want to see very clear all the results, the variable, and it is quite important. Sometimes the technicians doesn't look at this kind of relevant information. So, from this point, this starting point, we developed the LOCOMOTION project. The LOCOMOTION project started at the beginning of June of 2019. And, well, initially, it will be finished at the end of May the next year, but due to different problems, you can think about the pandemic, but also the ambition of the project, and, well, any other problems that arise during the development. Finally, we will finish at the end of November 2023. So we have a delay of 6 months delay. Well, the partners that are involved in this project, you already know is DEVES, of course. It's the one that is organizing this summer course, but also University of Pisa, Austrian Energy Agency, that, well, people from, I think, most of the partners will be here during the next week. For example, from the University of Pisa, at least Alessandro Simone will be here the next week. Obviously, from this DEVES, there are many people here. I'm not going to mention. From the Austrian Energy Agency will be at least Lukas Egler, that is in charge of the energy model. He will explain you the energy model, I think, next Monday, I think, or Tuesday. People from Basque Center for Climate Change in Spain, in the Basque Country. They were in charge of the economic model. So on Friday, also Manuel here is from BC3. But on Friday, Iñaki Arto will explain to you about this economic model that is the wider part of William, because it's quite complex. This is quite a very relevant difference between Medeas and William. In William, we consider input-output tables also, but in this case, I think we have 64 economic sectors, and the input-output tables cover 9 regions, and in the case of Europe, the 27 European countries. So it's a very complex economic model. Also, people from, this is a consultancy, Cesar, Austrian small company that helps with economic model. The University of Iceland was at the beginning of the project, but they are now a silent party, so they are not working anymore because the main professor in the University of Iceland, that was Harald Sverdrup, now moved to the INN University of Norway, where also Ole is there. So this is the other partner. The INN University of Norway were in charge of the materials model, not only but mainly materials model, and Ole will explain to you this materials model on Thursday, I think. Thursday, the second, third session. So, CRES is a technological center in Greece, in Athens, and they were in charge of the database and all process related with data acquisition, checking the data quality of data, and so on. Maybe they are not coming here, this course. People from the Faculty of Science of Lisbon, in Portugal. At least Thomas will be here on Tuesday probably, explain you something about the environmental model, also with people from University of Valladolid. And from United Nations University, you have already here Rob Oakes the other day by Google Meet or something like that. Also, people from EV, Cathy was from EV, so you already know Cathy. CREAF is a technological center in Catalonia, in Spain, and they are in charge of mainly the Python version, because we are going to translate all the software from Benzene to Python in order to be more open source. Everybody can check it, run without any dependency from the software Benzene that is the one we are going to use. And also, they are in charge of quality check of data and software, so we think that. Cartiz is also a technological center in Spain. They were in charge mainly of the interface and some educational tools, web page, and so on. So this is just an overview. Also, Cartiz will be here at least Noelia, that she will explain to you something about the climate model as a part of the environmental model, climate cycles and so on. And this is all about the partners. So, well, some data, formal data, the name of the project number, and so on. The title of the project, the formal title is Low Carbon Society, an enhanced modeling tool for the transition to sustainability. Okay, and as I mentioned to you before, we have 6 months of extension over the 4 years. So, what are the locomotion ambitions? So, in this column we have that we call predominant dominance in the integrated assessment models. Obviously, when we talk about predominant dominance, we don't want to say that all these, let's say, lacks are for all the integrated assessment models. Some of them have, some of them doesn't have. So it's a generalization. Obviously, that we need to keep in detail which one have any kind of problems. But in general terms, we detect that most of the integrated assessment models are linked sectoral and geographical scope. So for this reason, we try to widen the sectors to 64, 65, covering mainly those sectors that we think that are more relevant for the transition. This is the sector related with energy. So we have different sectors for energy, not only energy sector, but wind energy sector, photovoltaic energy sector, obviously fuel energy sector, all these kind of different sources for energy or transformation of energy we have as different sectors. Even in the last months, we decided also to include a new sector because we need just to represent this part of the economy, that is the hydrogen sector. The hydrogen sector is obviously zero for all historical values, but as far as probably we don't know exactly how much will grow the hydrogen. Hydrogen is a new sector in the economy. So this is what we have developed. And also the other, let's say, field of sectors that we have developed is materials. Materials is quite relevant. We consider that materials may be as a limit for any kind of development in the next years. Materials like, obviously, copper, aluminium, rail materials, and whatever. So, well, about this part, Ole is going to talk tomorrow, the next day, so I'm not going to get deeper in that. But we consider that it's necessary to develop with detail this part. Also, most of the integrated assessment models are based in general, economic general equilibrium models, so they are equilibrium, and we consider that the economy is nowadays a little bit far from general equilibrium. So we think that we need a different approach, not this kind of general equilibrium. So we try to look for that. About that, obviously, Iñaki Arto will talk about this economic model. But anyway, we are not in an equilibrium model. So most of the models that use input-output models use static input-output tables because it's quite difficult to have dynamic evolution of these input-output coefficients. Maybe only people that are familiar from economic models will know what is this kind of input-output tables. We have tried to dynamize these input-output tables. It's not an easy question, and we are still working on that. So don't have higher expectation about that because we have tried, but it's quite difficult. Anyway, we have tried. Also, well, I have already talked about the limited segregation of economic sectors, and also I have already talked about the financial part of the economy. So we have included a model of financial system in the economic model. is quite relevant. Here we have got some problems because the difference, and it's something that is going to happen in several parts of the model, but especially in this part, the quantity and the quality of information for the case of Europe is different for other regions. For example, in the case of China, we don't have enough data for financial information, but it happens the same for most of the African countries and so on. So finally, the financial model will work, I hope, more or less well for the case of Europe, but we will have limitation for serious limitation for the rest of the world. Yes, another quite relevant point. This is something relevant for, especially for our group in Valladolid. Most of the models doesn't consider the net energy. We have been working the previous years in ROI, which is, for those that are not familiar with the term, is energy return on energy investment. It's something like the efficiency ratio of the energy. So how much energy you need to use in order to obtain some energy, the ratio between the energy you need and the energy you obtain from the same sources. So this is quite relevant because in general terms, we detect that the ROI of fossil fuels sources, I mean fuel, coal, so on, in general terms, I mean, we have to go to detail with each of them, are higher than renewables. Obviously, everybody agree we have to move to renewables, but we need to know and to consider that the renewables has a lower ROI in general terms than fossil fuels. So we are losing efficiency in terms of energy, just to take into account. So obviously we include ROI in the model, ROI for each of the technology, and also a global ROI for the global system. Also, in many of the integrators in the model, we have checked that there are lack of integration of climate change impacts, maybe a lack or maybe a, let's say, low consideration. So we can be inconsistent if we say that, okay, climate change is going to be very bad, terrible climate change impacts, but the economy is okay, it doesn't work, doesn't matter. The economy is growing anyway, and you can find this kind of results in many models. A growing economy, growing climate change, temperature, but doesn't matter. So why we should be worried if economy is growing with climate change? Don't worry at all. So it's not so clear. Obviously, most of the models try to include this function, but there is a very high controversy about how to measure these climate change impacts. If you check the literature, you can find functions very different, from very low impact to very high impact. So what is the best? So many people say, okay, this is the highest of the literature, this is the lowest of the literature. Well, I take the average value. But is the average value the true? Is the good one? Why? Why the average value? So we try to get deeper in this kind of climate change impacts functions and to check where the impact may be produced and maybe include economic function, economic infrastructure, consumption, health, deaths, where. So we try to look for, let's say, a more realistic climate change impacts functions. We try. I always say we try. Okay, it's quite difficult. Also, well, about the supply side credit management policies, obviously, how to manage all the supply side. This is also going to explain in the economy. And also there is another issue that is quite relevant for us, that as far as everybody agree that there is a limit for fuel energies, nobody discussed that. Maybe discuss how much oil there are in the world, how much coal, how much natural gas, but everybody agree that there is a limit. We cannot consume forever oil, coal, whatever. But it's not so clear about the limit for renewable energies. Everybody said, the sun is, wow, forever. We don't have any problems. Well, obviously the sun maybe for many years, but the quantity of energy that we receive in our planet and we will be able to use is not infinite. We have a finite quantity of solar energy we receive every year. It's very high. Yes, obviously it's very high. But anyway, we need to check how much is this energy and how we can manage this energy, because not only our solar panels need this light from the sun, also the vegetables need sun, and we need to eat and so on, and we have to share the land with photovoltaics and with crops and with maybe rivers and our cities, so we have to share. So there is a limit also for renewable energies. There is a limit for wind energy, for solar, whatever. So even when this limit is high, don't worry, but we need to know that there is a limit, and so we cannot grow forever. Okay? So we include this kind of limits, of course, even when there is discussion about the limit. So this is the main ambitions of locomotion that we have to include in our model. About the first objective, I don't know how much time I have until...
No, you have, our coffee break is at 10:45, so you have time.
10:45, okay.
Yes.
So, about the objectives, obviously in relation with the ambitions I have already mentioned, we have the specific objectives. The first objective is it was to expand the geographical coverage and the detail of the region. So initially we plan to develop 8 regions, 8 global regions, but finally we have some problems with United Kingdom, as you know. they went out of Europe, so we have we decided to have one region only for United Kingdom specific. So finally we have 9 global regions, and the region of the European Union is divided in 26 countries. The second objective was to improve the state of the art of the integrated access model by increasing the detail and precision of existing models and adding new ones. Well, in general terms, I have already told that we have tried to improve economy and finance, environmental, also the renewables and non-renewable energies, well, and social indicators. Specifically, we have introduced in the economy and finance model, international trade, climate change impacts, I already told, labor, for example, also labor is quite interesting in order to introduce, for example, some policies of reduction of the labor time. So, and also to check how the labor is disaggregated between all the sectors, and well, and also for inequality indicators, we check how is which part of the GDP comes from labor, which part of the GDP comes from capital. So the ratio between capital and labor, this share is quite relevant for inequality, for example. We have also a wide, we are trying to have a very wide types of household. Manuel knows better than me, but I think we are trying to have 60 types of household, that are divided in 5 different income levels. And also, as I mentioned yesterday, between rural and urban, and also the type of household, depending if there is a couple, a single, couple with children. So in total, we have 60 types of household, and obviously the consumption function for each household is different. So it's different, the consumption of a rural family with children that a single in living in a urban rural area, for example, whatever. So, and obviously the consumption is quite relevant for the consumers because many of the all related with the behavioral change and lifestyle change are related mainly with the consumption behavior. So you decide to consume, yesterday something mentioned, more service instead of more devices. So we have to change this consumption function to see what is going to happen. For example, well, in the population and society, we Gonzalo, that is here also, yeah, he has been in charge of the development of the demographic model. He will explain in the next days. Inigo is also. Well, Inigo has been working in nearly all the things. Well, maybe sometimes you will hear about Inigo. Inigo is one colleague from University of Berlin that he was the technical coordinator of the project. So he will involved in nearly all the parts of the project, but unfortunately he has got a baby just 5 days ago, and it's time to take care of the baby. It's not time for coming here. So working with population. We have included in the demographic model one baby more. Okay. Well, and also in the environmental model, we have tried to include some tipping points. Obviously, the problem of intermittency. Gonzalo was also in charge of this problem with other people from SDRs. This problem of intermittency. Well, I think I have already mentioned most of the things that we are including. Intermittency is a very relevant problem. Intermittency is obviously linked with renewable energies and also linked with any kind of development for storage capacities through different ways, maybe hydrogen, maybe inverted power pump, whatever. So I think also Gonzalo will talk about that. Material cycles, obviously. Okay, the next objective were the integration of relevant functionalities from other models. Obviously, we are not the only one that are working in integrated models. I think Neven will talk about an overview of the integrated models in the next session. We have checked what the other models are doing, trying to copy, if you want, to take ideas, to introduce these ideas in our model. Obviously, we are colleagues and we want to obtain the best as we can. So we have checked especially some models that were quite near to us, because some people in the consortium has already experienced. For example, you mentioned Energy Plan, but also World 7 from University of Norway. Time, Sleep, Decam, Zero Roads, maybe you know, it's quite popular. When Roads, maybe you know, and try to compare. So one of the tasks was related with the introduction of this function that we consider interesting from other models. Maybe we can check, I have already mentioned about the hydrogen, minerals, well-being indicators, exogenous migration, household compensation, the market price mechanism. In Medea there were no prices. Maybe this was one of the more important lacks for somebody, for some people. So obviously we have introduced this price mechanism in the Boolean model. We have tried to introduce this kind of working time reduction policy option, and obviously the land use system. Well, the next objective were improving the scenario assessment by integration demand management policies. These demand management policies you mentioned yesterday, so are relevant in order, for example, not only policies from the point of view of some government regulation or some government recommendation that the air conditioning or something like that, but also for any kind of behavioral change, voluntary behavioral change or forces behavioral change maybe, okay? So, we have already, for example, in this case, checked about more than 1,000 policies. Obviously, we have need to select one of them because it was not able to introduce all these policies in the model in this short time. Obviously, anyone will be able to introduce later. The next objective were representing and quantifying the uncertainty. This is very relevant. This is something that we should start nearly at the end of the project. So now, but we have the basis to consider this uncertainty. As everybody knows, all these, let's say, variables we are considering have a very large uncertainty in the near future. I am talking about any kind of consumption function, about any kind of coefficients in the economy. I'm talking about recycling rates. I'm talking about any part of the even sensitivity of CO2 into the climate model, whatever has uncertainty. So we need to take decisions even when we have a higher level of uncertainty. So we need to know that there is uncertainty. We have to check what are the marginal uncertainty, but anyway, we will need to take some decisions. So, but we need to consider in the best way this uncertainty. Okay, this is the way. There are some tools to do that, obviously, and sensitivity analysis may be one of the more well-known. The next objectives, 6 and 7, were providing policymakers and other relevant stakeholders with a really relevant practical model to assess the feasibility, effectiveness, cost, and impact of different sustainability policy options. Obviously, is the final aim. We are not doing this just to play. Maybe just also to play because it's interesting to play. We will play the next day with the model a little bit. But the final aim is just to give a useful tool for policymakers to have the best decision, and also to introduce an educational tool for society. We will talk about that later. Well, this is here, not only policymakers, of course, but also any citizen that is interested in energy sustainability, climate change, and so on, but also to be able to discuss with the academia and any kind of experts on national agencies, modelers, programmers, whatever. Okay. The results should be able for policymakers, so we need to develop a user-friendly web interface. We are ongoing with this work. Policy briefs and non-technical documentation. This is something that has been prepared by Cathy, by the way. Also for education purpose and non-governmental organization, we need some kind of user-friendly web interface, but also some kind of education materials like this kind of game that we are developing. And finally, for project stakeholder board, to discuss with them. Just close something. Yeah. Okay. In order to be able to discuss with any kind of scientific or expert, we translate all the model from Benzene, that is our original software for development of the model, to Python, so everybody can read, can see, can check it. In Python is also able to read, but anyway, it seems to be much more transparent to have a Python version. Python version has the problem that is very, very slow. It's about 10 times slower than Benzene, so it's not very practical, so we are not going to use. But it has the aim of the transparency. So, well, this is the general overview of the William model structure. Tomorrow, I think tomorrow, yes, tomorrow, no, the next day, on Thursday, we will talk a little bit more about all this structure, feedbacks, and so on, with the detail, obviously, and we will have a session for each part of these boxes. We will have a session, a day, a complete day for economy, a complete day for population and society, a complete day for environmental, a complete day for energy. So this is just an overview. From this overview, we have a similar scheme that the previous one with Medeas, as you remember. Now we have economy and finance, and we have a different one for population. In the economy, we have finance, as I mentioned, but the general idea is more or less the same. We have also input-output tables, demand, energy intensities, so all the variables related. So finally, from this model, we have some, let's say, outputs of energy demand and also some outputs of investment. Investment, I mean, obviously in all the sectors, but we are especially focused attention on energy sectors. This investment produce new energy infrastructures in a dynamic way. That means that if we decide to invest, let's say, in nuclear power plants today, we will need between 5 and 10 years to have really no nuclear power plant running. Okay? In the case of wind mills, we will need 2 years, for example, between 1 and 2 years, and so on. So the decision of investment produced in a short, medium, long term some new energy infrastructure. With this energy infrastructure, and we have the supply side, the possibility to have energy, renewable energies, non-renewable energies, and non-energetic minerals. Minerals is quite relevant, as I mentioned before. All these models have a close relation with environmental model, because most of the obviously energy consumption produce greenhouse gases emissions, but also any of the things we do in other parts have influence about land uses, and also has an influence over the main cycles, carbon, but also water demand, and so on. Even food production. Food production also divided in different types of crops and so on. And it has impacts on the population and society. We try to measure inequality, health, employment, obviously, migration, and with certain disaggregation by gender, population and impacts and so on. And we also try to have some impacts directly on economy. Okay? This is the wide overview. In order to do that, the project structure, just how we organize the work. Maybe you will hear some words about working package. So working package is a part of the project. All the project is divided in 13 working package. The last one is about ethical uses. It's not here, but the main working package has, as you can see, there is one working package for general coordination, which is the one that I am responsible for, general coordination. I don't know how I do, but this is my work. Then we have a second working package for data management and quality of data, collecting data and so on, and consistency with all the different sources. you know that in this field, well, it's not a field because we take data from many fields, from technological field, but also from economic field, from so many fields. There are different sources of data, and not always there are consistency. So we have to check how is the consistency between the different sources of data. So then there were, it was already finished, working package about the state of the art of the integrated assessment model, just to check how the others are doing in order to have the best as possible. But then we have 4 main working packages that are related with the sessions you are going to have in the next days. There is one working package mainly with working package 4 related with economic and finance. This is the session on Friday about economic and finance. Working package 5 related with demography and social system modeling. This is the next day on Monday, I think. Monday?
No, Monday is Lucas, it's on Wednesday.
Okay. So there is another working package 6 about environmental modeling. Tuesday with people from the University of Lisbon, from the University of Valladolid, and from Cardiff. Lucas on Monday, working package 7 about the energy model, and well, the materials that is in this model will be explained this Tuesday by Ole. Okay, then the results of this model. Here we develop the model, the brilliant model, in this working package. So this is like a puzzle because everybody have to put his part. So it's quite complex. There are some technical problems in order to integrate what one group of economic is developing and one group of environmental is developing. We have to integrate in the same software. So we work with Deep Lab and GitHub. Maybe some of you are programmers are familiar with this kind of Git tools in order to share and to match all the parts of the software. We are talking about thousand million. There are indeed 2.5 million of variables, so it's not so easy to match all of them. So we have serious technical problems. In the last days, Nacho, which is in charge of this technical problems, just to match everything, will be here also, and you can ask him about how to solve this problem. And so all this model has the purpose to produce some policy analysis and scenario assessment. As already you know, a model doesn't produce by itself results. You need a model plus a scenario. So one model with the hypothesis, policy, scenario, and so on, produce some projections. So the model is just a structure, but we need some inputs. Inputs like, for example, how much oil there are in the world. Okay, I have a hypothesis, but if you want to have a different hypothesis, okay, you change the number and you obtain different. Or what policy we are going to follow? We are going a policy for reduction CO2, or we are going to do a policy just for doing whatever. So you can change the inputs. Obviously, you will obtain different results. So this is the model, but we have to develop scenarios. We have been working with main 4 scenario-based scenarios. Obviously, the business as usual scenario, it's a base scenario. We have working with, by the way, also Oriane has been working with this part of the scenario, so she knows better than me. The Green Deal, the new Green Deal scenario, the green growth, and the post-growth scenario. This is the 4 we have been trying to play. We are trying to play just now, indeed. This is the main 4 base scenarios. But obviously, you can add any policy over this scenario. So we can develop as many scenarios as you want. Maybe not 3,000 of the scenarios, but we can have as many as we want. By the way, all these variables that are the inputs and the scenario, we write all the parameters in an Excel file. Well, I'm not a very friend with Microsoft, but it's very useful to have this Excel file several Excel files. So the advantage of that is that you don't need to know anything about benzene, about software, or whatever. You just introduce your data in the Excel file, where maximum capacity of wind energy, 100 terabytes. Okay, 100 terabytes. You put there in the Excel file, and then when you run the model reads everything from the Excel file and produces the next. So you only have to change the Excel file. Any policy, any hypothesis, whatever. Okay. So there is the technical coordination. The technical coordination, as I mentioned before, has been done mainly by Inigo Capellan, that is not here. A little bit of my help. Also, we have dissemination communication among different stakeholders. This is something that has been led by Cathy. You already know her. And also the user engagement, decision making, awareness, tools, gamification, in which we develop some educational tools, the gaming, and well, this kind of tools. This is the overview of that. So I have more, but I think we can stop here. So any general question, comment, because we are going to get deeper in all this part in the next days, but so in this way you have a very wide overview of the project. But it's the moment for any questions. Yes?
Thank you so much for the presentation. I have two questions. The first one, this Excel file that you've been talking, are we going to have access to it, and are we going to be able to play with it?
Yes, you are going to use it.
We're going to, okay, use it. The main.
Yes. How is the situation? As you know, we are more than in the half of the project, but we still need about a little bit more than 1.5 years to finish the project. So everything is ongoing. So the version of William that we are going to work is just a very immature version of William. So it works, but we need to do many things. We still have at least about 6 months approximately to finish this real, let's say, I don't say good version, but enough version, enough something to pass, and then to obtain results later. So this version is immature, as I mentioned, but it's enough just to understand what we are doing, and also, this is more important, this is an open version. And as far as everybody wants to collaborate, you are free to give ideas, to program, to do whatever. So it's something that we try to do for everybody, not only for us. We have the duty to do it, of course. But everybody can collaborate and so on. And obviously now it works with a set of Excel files, and you will work with that. In order to do the experiments, well, each session, I don't know exactly how we'll do, but probably you will change the Excel file and you will see some results. In the session I'm going to do tomorrow, no, the next day, I think. On Thursday, we will play with the game that is more simpler. That the game nowadays is based with Medea's model. Then we will substitute Medea's by William, but at the moment we still maintain Medea's because it runs and it's okay for the game. And I will have the opportunity to show you the Excel file of Medea's. So obviously also it's open. You can check, you can change, you can do everything. In order to run, I think, I don't know if Tomislav explained you in a previous mail, in order to run the William version we already have now, we have a small problem, and it's not a problem. We have asked, Tomislav asked to you just to download 2 different versions of Benzene. One is the Benzene PLE, that is a free version for students and whatever. You can do most of the simpler things that we are going to do tomorrow in the system dynamic sessions with Benzene. So anything, you can do it, but obviously there are some limits. The main limits of this version, at least the main limits for us, is that you cannot use arrays of subscripts, so only scalar variables. And as you can imagine, we have a lot of subscripts arrays in the William. And the second, that we cannot read with this version any kind of Excel file or database or whatever. So you have to introduce the data by yourself. So in order to experiment, to develop, to learn, it's okay. But in order to run something like William or Medeas, it's not able. So to do that, you have to download a second version, that is Benzene Reader. Benzene Reader is also free. And with this version of Benzene Reader, you can read every Benzene program, including William, Medeas, whatever. So you can read, you can run, you can check, you can see, but you cannot modify anything. So you maintain everything. But you cannot modify Benzene program. But as I mentioned before, you can modify any variable, any data in the Excel file. So this is a trick. You cannot modify, let's say, the rule. If then else, for example, you cannot modify, but you can change any data. So we are going to play with both versions. Just to keep some experience with Benzene, we will use tomorrow the Benzene PLE, and in order to run Medeas or William, the Benzene Reader. Okay?
Okay, you want to say something else? Okay, quickly, because we're running late to the coffee break.
Sorry, really quickly. From the project structure, I was wondering who is in charge of the sustainability part, because as far as I know, the European projects that are funded by the European Commission are really pushing forward to develop or at least one task about sustainability, and now a specific workshop, specific work packages are developed inside the projects for the sustainability part.
Sustainability of the project, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, we are in charge of that. The University of Valladolid in charge means that we have the duty to maintain the software and the database at least for 2 years, at least. And I hope to maintain for much more time, of course. Indeed, we are working with other projects, other things that we will need to use William and those for at least for the next 4 years, at least. So, okay. This is something that at the moment we are more sure about. He has a question, no? Okay.
No.
Coffee break.
Yes.
Let's go for a coffee break. We can continue. If you have any questions for Luis, we can continue with.
Oh, but by the way, just a minute. Tomorrow, as you know, we have the complete day for System Dynamics and Benzene programming. If some of you have already experience with System Dynamics and Benzene programming software, maybe you don't need the complete session of tomorrow. Maybe you will be boring. Obviously, you can, but this is an introduction. But those people that don't have previous experience with System Dynamics and Benzene, it will be the basic concepts of System Dynamics and Benzene software.
But they can help the other students, so it's nice.
Yes, exactly.
Like Gonzalo.
Everybody else, Gonzalo wants to come, even when
Ah, evo. Ready? Okay, so I hope you had some time to refresh. And now we continue with our schedule. So Professor Dujic will give you, let's say, an introductory part to energy models and energy modeling. And then Ilya in the afternoon session will go into more are not in the energy planning field. So I hope this will be can present that to you. I think he's so Neven.
I cannot teach you energy planning in 2 hours, for sure, but I can draw your attention to some important points in energy planning and energy modeling. So let me show you one situation that happened 20 years ago in California. You were probably too young to remember, but it's relevant because it's happening also now. There was built and the old capacity was being closed. In the same time, there was a huge increase in demand because of dot-com revolution. What happened is that, well, Enron was also playing, speculating on the market, not allowing too much of electricity to come from neighboring states. And what happened is that because the prices in a spot market, wholesale market, went up many times, so it already happened, what is happening now in Europe, for different reasons a bit. On the other hand, because retail is something that is politically sensitive, and Californians like referendums, so they decided that there will be no increase in price of retail electricity. And of course, you cannot have expensive, both distribution companies went bankrupt, and state had to get into the business of distribution of electricity. So this is maybe going to happen this year in Europe, because we have wholesale market prices going up, and the retail prices are frozen or kept low in many countries. We are heading to a problem. The reason is a bit different. The reason is war in Ukraine. We used to be very dependent on Russia as source of our primary energy, but this is now being quickly reduced. The gas is closed, Nord Stream 1 is completely closed, and today Putin finally said that it will stay closed for a long time because he wants problem, and hopefully we have learned from this. But why do I show here these graphs? Because this is why you need to do energy planning, and this is why you need to do modeling of energy systems. Why? Because capacity is to develop a nuclear power plant, 3 years for a wind power plant, and the demographics is going, in which way economy is growing, in which way technologies for demand are growing, and what is happening with your generating capacity, where that is going. Because you need time to plan for what is going to happen. Otherwise, you're going to be in a similar situation. Another issue why we should be planning is, of course, climate change. What we have to do now is to do very quick ways, but these are not small things. These are major things in societies, the way we live. One could put a hypothesis, for example, that Putin started the war in Ukraine because he was seeing that 20 years we will not need Russia anymore. This is, of course, a hypothesis they don't have proofs for, but it's a possible hypothesis. So you have to do thinking what this means. We have to do it very, very quickly. And because it takes time to develop the system, we have to look at very long horizons, 20 to 30 years' time. And then thinking about doing. Thing that says CO2 emissions, we divided into different factors, and we have population and times CO2 emissions per primary energy. This is emission intensity or carbon intensity. This is energy efficiency or intensity, depending which side you look at it. This is affluent and population. These are possible policies. But we have multiplication, you know that one of the factors has to go to zero. Can we put population down to zero? Yes. We can start a nuclear war. After 2 years of nuclear war, is it the way population will stop growing in maybe 20, 30 years and then slowly start to fall down? But we cannot save climate with population measures. We can, of course, do a lot, but this is not enough. Okay, what about affluence? This is something that post-growth is counting on very much. Okay, we can probably even start the
from the beginning, probably the internet connection was a problem.
But there is a dangerous thing about decrease of affluence. Look at what happened a few days ago in Prague. People are demonstrating because of the high energy prices. Maybe you guys here want to have less than you had last year, but majority of people which are interviewed don't want to do that. They just want to have more. So how to persuade majority of people, not necessarily all, but significant majority, to live with less? It's not an easy task. And there is a big danger that Marx has described. If you pauperize people, if you force them to be poorer, then it will bring extremism. And we saw in Prague communists and fascists demonstrating together. So we are going to have a very hot winter, and think about it. This will be a good example of what happens when you try to reduce affluence to the people, involuntarily. And the major issue is that we cannot put it to zero. We can reduce it for 10%, and that's approximately it. Okay, let's go to another factor, which is energy efficiency or intensity. We have to invest here into energy efficiency of cars, of buildings, of industry, everything, but can we put it to zero? No, maybe we can do factor 5. That's the maximum we can technically reach at this moment. So the only factor here, which we can relatively easily put to zero, is the last one, to decarbonize the primary energy supply. To replace fossil fuels with low carbon fuels, or maybe to carbon capture and storage. I don't believe in that technology. It's not happening, but it's a technical possibility. So these can be brought to zero. These are mainly renewables. And well, that makes quite a lot of problems which we'll have to look into later. The mitigation narratives that we're looking in LOCOMOTION into, or we were discussing, are green growth, which means decoupling growth from fossil fuels. European Green Deal, which adds a bit of social component. Then American Green New Deal, which is even more social because it adds social justice to the process. And degrowth, or we call it lately post-growth, which is a mitigation by reduction of economy to cover locally basic needs. So in order to calculate these possible narratives, we have to have also energy models which can calculate that. And that was one of the tasks of LOCOMOTION. Let's have one discussion from yesterday. This one is for Christoph. So there is a guy, Branko Milanovic, who is actually a leftist, but he was also a world banker, and he drew this elephant curve, showing how much people in different percentiles of the global population have improved their income in the 20 years of 88 to 2008. So the globalization period of the global economy. And you can see that, yes, the richest 1% did excellent from the globalization. And then the poorest part, which are people who are completely outside of the economy, they live in tribes and outside of modern economy, they didn't do so well. Most of the poor people in the world did actually quite well from the process of globalization. Okay, some technical issues.
How is it possible that the U.S. lower middle class is so low?
They lost. So who lost are the middle classes of the rich countries. Why? Because globalization brought the wealth to the poor people. This is China here, this is India here, Southeast Asia, etc. So everybody in the world got better, but the guys in developed countries, which are actually filthy rich, I mean, we are quite rich. Have you ever been to Africa? These guys are poor. All of us are actually very rich on the global level. If we compare ourselves inside one country, it's unfair because we are forgetting about billions of really poor people. So globalization was good for the poor, but it was very bad for, well, it was not very bad. They didn't lose income, but their income was getting relatively smaller distance from the poor people in the third world. So when they were traveling to Thailand, they couldn't buy 10 women per day, they could buy only 3 women per day. That was the big difference. And they got angry, and they are protesting now, these guys. So we have to think about these processes. Another thing for Christoph, he said it's about absolute numbers. So on the global scale, the absolute numbers of poor is falling, even at the $3, even at the $5 per day. This is the global. Only sub-Saharan Africa is flat. This is South Asia and Latin America.
And that's without China. So this is, I've never debated this. And I said it's all due to China.
Well, China is the best example of how to get poor out of poverty. But if you look at South Asia, which is India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, from 2000, the poverty is falling.
Yeah, I agree.
So, one has to be careful.
Could you just repeat what are the colors?
Okay, so, yeah, this is important. So, if we look at the yellow part, this is the number of people, absolute number of people living in absolute poverty. So we're not looking at relative numbers, we're looking at a number of people. So the number has fallen from 2 billion to less than 1 billion in those 40 years. These are people living on less than $1.9 per day, which is the UN definition of absolute poverty. We know it's not perfect, but it tells us something. We can also look at a higher level of poverty, let's say $5.5, which is the level of poverty for countries that did heating, for example. And then we can see that after 2000, this one is also falling. This is the rich part of the world, people living on more than $10 a day. Do you feel rich? No. No? Okay, so you are probably not in this part, but most of Europeans are here in the green part. But Europeans are the ones who are unhappy, not the Indians or Asians or Latin America. Question, yes.
Does this graph consider inflation? Because I thought $10
Yes.
20 years ago.
Inflation is removed from it. It's the real income. So everything is calculated to dollars from 1 year, 2011.
Yes, PPP, but that's also part of why these curves go down, because the PPP adjustment is sometimes done in a way so as to shape the curves downwards. In 2015, this happened. But yeah, sorry.
Yeah, okay, you can go into details, but I think that there are people who are professionals in this, and when they calculate the PPP deflators, they probably take this into account. And, well, I would not believe them if I am not traveling around and seeing it. There is less poverty around, abject poverty, of course. The other feeling is, do you feel poor? This is subjective. This is trying to be objective, what we need for modeling. Let's go back to energy issues. The price of renewables is falling, and they are now the cheapest source of energy. This is a bit old graph, so you could say that gas is probably now in Europe somewhere here at the top, at 600 euros per megawatt hour or 400 euros per megawatt hour. Those are the prices at the moment of gas, electricity, and that's only the fuel side and not the LCOE part, because this shows levelized cost of electricity. But we can easily say that from now on, or from 2010 more or less on, renewables are cheapest source of electricity, and they are going to be invested into the most. But this creates certain problems. You know that sun is not shining all the time, and the wind is not blowing all the time. So we have to completely revise the way we are modeling these things, and we're actually building energy systems. And it's not so simple as it looks. Let me show you a simple example. This is one day in a typical old way energy system. You have load, which is higher in the evening. You have base load power plant, which can be coal or nuclear, which is covering the base load. And then you have a middle and peak load power plants, which are covering the rest. This can be gas or hydro. And then we put a lot of wind and solar into such a system, and they're squeezing the base load from the night, which kills the economics of the base load, because base load is expensive to build and they need a lot of hours to work per year. It's squeezing middle load from the midday. If we put even more renewables into the system, then we are having a problem, and we have to do some demand response. Let's say we introduce industrial aggregators, which are big users of electricity, which can move part of their usage into the night. Because in the night we have excess of wind, for example. So they're moving part of this load into the night. The red line is the original load. The blue line is the new load after the industrial aggregators have moved part of their load to the night, when there is excess of electricity. For that, you have to have marginal cost of electricity on the markets, which some want to kill now. It is critical because we have to have variable price of electricity on wholesale market. It's very important for developing such demand response technologies. And then we push even more wind and solar into the system. And we have another huge excess during the night and during the day. And we use it for power to heat. Heat pumps, for example, on district heating, big heat pumps, or small heat pumps at home. But they have to be turned on only during the night and during the day when there is renewables. Otherwise, they will be spending fossil fuels. We can do it through the price, wholesale price differentiation. We still have a problem in the afternoon and in the evening when we need electricity. So e-mobility can improve the things. For example, we can charge cars during the night, again, using all the wind electricity. And then we can also give back some of this electricity during the evening, vehicle to grid. But we are going to stay with some lack of electricity in the evening, and we can cover it with hydro, or if we don't have hydro, then it will have to be hydrogen. So this is a very short introduction into what we have to do in order to move to 100% renewable energy systems. Let us see how it looks on a yearly basis. This is European load curve during a whole year. This is wind and solar curve, the actual one, but multiplied by several times in order to not to have to curtail any electricity. So I just multiplied it enough not to cross the red line. You see, we have a lot of white areas which we have to cover with gas, hydro, biomass, coal, nuclear, whatever. But it's very variable. And then let's look at the situation in which we have built enough wind and solar in order to cover all European demand. We still have some hours when we don't have enough wind and solar, but we can cover that with hydro. The problem with this is that we have a huge excess of wind and solar. And this is not good for economy because we are overbuilding, we are decarbonizing, that's good, and this is cheaper than building nuclear to curtail electricity. Somebody yesterday said, well, curtailment of electricity is cheapest way, but I have a cheaper idea or better idea how to do it. Instead of curtailing all this electricity, let's use it for electric cars. Because it's already produced or can be produced, and there is nothing else we can do with it, let's use it for mobility. So that's why we are moving now to electric cars. And let's use it for heating. We need a lot of heating. Around 40% of final energy demand in Europe is heating. If we electrify it, it's much less because electric heating is 3 times more efficient. So we can heat all our homes using electric heating from this excess wind and solar. What to do with the rest of this electricity? Let's produce hydrogen and synthetic gases, use it in industry and in heavy transport. And we solve the problem. We don't need anything more. All these technologies are available. The only one that needs still to reduce price is electrolyzers. They're now at the level of $1,000 per kilowatt. We need to get to some maybe $300, $350 per kilowatt, and this is going to happen by the end of decade because EU has decided to invest into 40 gigawatt of electrolyzers. We can also think about different scenario. Let's look at what gas lobby likes. They would like to heat us with hydrogen. Okay, if we produce electricity from wind and solar, if we heat directly using heat pumps, we need around 1.6 terawatt hours using heat pumps at COP3 to cover 5 petawatt hours of heating demand. This is without investment in retrofit. It will be less than that in future. If we produce hydrogen, we lose some energy, then we have to compress this hydrogen, and then we have to transport it to homes, and then we have to burn it in gas boilers. And actually, we need around 6 to 7 times more energy. More primary energy. That means we need 6 to 7 times more wind power plants and solar power plants. it means we need 6 to 7 times more land for heating. And it doesn't really make sense from thermodynamical, economical, or any other point of view. But gas lobbies are strong and they're pushing hydrogen into gas boilers. It doesn't make any sense from the modeling point of view. But I'm just a modeler, I'm not a politician, so I don't decide. We can also produce synthetic methane, but then we need even more, 10 times more than with heat pumps. So this doesn't make sense, but this is a possible scenario that we have to be able to model in order to show that this doesn't make sense. So we don't want to model only our preferred scenario, we want to model all kinds of scenarios that are currently being discussed in a political and technical and economical context. You want to ask something? Yes?
Are the ratios similar for transport?
No, I will show now transport.
But can you just comment on investment cost on, let's say, supply side for these all options? Is there any difference in why politicians tend to go with this?
Well, the argument that gas lobby is using is that they want to keep their gas distribution networks making money. But if you calculate how much more you need wind energy in order to do that, it actually makes sense to go quickly removing those gas grids. And many countries started to doing that. Denmark is doing that already for more than a decade. Also, there is one other important aspect, is that hydrogen is a strong greenhouse gas. So if you put it in it has a GWP around 5. So if you put it in a distribution grids, it will leak. So it's not good for climate. You should use hydrogen on a place where you produce it, or transport it on a shortest distance possible. So in order to have hydrogen heating, first of all, in current distribution grids, it cannot be done. What you can do is put up to maybe 10–15% hydrogen by volume, which is only 1–2% by energy content and by emission reduction. So it's ridiculous. It's just PR. It's not serious at all. If you want,
I thought it's more.
No,
I thought
no volume. Hydrogen has a very huge volume. So 10%. I can show you a graph later on. I have it. It's you need to put around 80% of hydrogen to have. Yes.
I wanted to add something there.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure.
Additionally, if we consider hydrogen or green methane for heating, we also have to consider that we have very steep reduction curves. So if we would use all the capacity we could build to generate hydrogen and methane in the upcoming years, we will most likely need these capacities somewhere else, because hydrogen and methane and green methane are very energy dense energy carriers compared to but we will probably need them in sectors like industry or complicated energy intensive processes, rather than use it in domestic heating, which is a rather simple problem to solve.
Yes.
Install a heat pump.
Yes, if we need synthetic methane and hydrogen, we should use it where we really need it. And we will need it, and we will need a lot of it. 2% of European final energy demand today is hydrogen. It's hidden, you don't see it in statistics because it's under natural gas, but it's actually natural gas being reformed in order to get hydrogen, for the production of urea and in refineries. So it's very significant. And we have to first replace this hydrogen with the green one, and then in order to decarbonize other industry, high temperature processes and feedstocks, we will need lots of hydrogen. Of course, we can produce it in Chile or in South Africa or in Australia and then bring it with ships, but this is not as sustainable as if we produce it on the spot. So if we need 10 times more wind and solar, we will need to bring it from far away, and this is again increasing the impact, the environmental impact of those fuels. So we really don't want to use it for heating, because for heating we have heat pumps and district heating, and we don't need hydrogen for heating. Regarding the transport, for some reason this doesn't work anymore.
Samo klikni na ekran. Sad je odgovor.
Okay. Okay, the road transport, yeah, okay, is a bit better because, well, hydrogen in fuel cells is more efficient than hydrogen in gas boilers. But still, we need around 4.5 terawatt hours to electrify transport, or we need double that if we use hydrogen, or we need many times more if we stick with the synthetic fuels. Why? Because we use internal combustion engine then. So this is the reason why this is not very efficient. We need 7 times more energy if we use synthetic fuels, but only 2 times if we use hydrogen. The problem with hydrogen is that for hydrogen we need new infrastructure. And this is quite expensive and complicated to make. And if you look what industry is doing, anything that can be electrified will be electrified. So, delivery trucks, city buses, captive fleets, or personal cars, that will be electrified. Short distance ferries, short distance aviation. The long distance one will not be electrified because we cannot have such high density in batteries. So for intercontinental flights and shipping, we will need some kind of fuel. For the shipping, will most probably be ammonia. For the aviation, we are not sure yet. We are starting with sustainable aviation fuel, and we will see how it works. For the trucks, we might actually go towards electricity. Yes? Okay?
Yeah, okay. My question was, why do at least German car companies still favor synthetic fuels? But probably the answer is the same. They don't want to change.
They don't want to change, yes. Yeah. They love their IC engine. Yeah. And the reason behind is very simple. Because IC engine is so dirty that they can invent environmental standards which they can cheat them. They were cheating 30 times on diesel emissions, and this was disabling Chinese imports. But with electric cars, there is no way to do that. So that's why they love internal combustion engine, because this is the way how to protect the market. With electric cars, which are gadgets, which are basically computers, we will lose production of cars in Europe, most probably. But it will be good for environment. And if we can keep some part of the supply chain, especially IT, we can have maybe the upper hand in the process. But we'll see. It will be a big change, in my opinion. But it's coming. Okay, so what we have seen is that wind and solar are coming, but they are variable. How to solve this variability problem? In the system, actual system, but also we have to cover it with our models. More grid interconnections, flexibilization of thermal power plants in the transition period. We need wholesale market coupling to make it cheap. And then we need demand response and integration of power, heating, cooling, transport, and water systems, something we call now Power 2X. in order to be able to integrate those wind and solar in the cheapest possible way. Yes, we will need dedicated electricity storage, but we want to use it as little as possible, because this is expensive and it's a lot of materials, and we want to avoid it as much as we can. And we can do it in Europe quite a lot. I will show you now what I mean by this. So if we look at variability of wind in Netherlands, which is a very small country, we see it's very high. But if we look at the European system, the variability is actually much smaller. So we will need to build more interconnections. That means more material, copper especially. But if we build underwater cables, they use only one wire, not two wires. So they use half material. And you have no problem with NIMBYs and Greens who don't want to build it because it's underwater and nobody is living underwater. So these cables are actually much preferable for what we need now, because we will need to move quite a lot of electricity from north and to south in wintertime and from south to north in summertime. If we look at wind variability, there is a lot of talk about winter windless weeks. Apparently the last one happened in 2017, but I don't have the data. The last 4 years it didn't actually happen. Even they were talking about it last year, I don't see it here. It never goes under 10% of the installed power. So we just need to build 10 times more wind. We don't, we need 3 times more wind in order to cover everything, because solar will cover quite a lot and demand response can cover also quite a lot. What about flexibilization of thermal power plants? Well, it's a simple engineering problem. We can do it, we have lots of them. Online, we have no gas at the moment, but we can use coal. And this is very temporary, because by 2030 we can more or less finish decarbonization of European power system. We can also cycle the nuclear power plants, but this kills its economy because it's reducing number of hours in which they sell electricity. So there will be no more nuclear power plants built unless they get subsidy. So it means all the governments that have some military plans will continue investing in nuclear, or some governments, I don't really understand why they want to pay so much more for nuclear. They might have some reason I'm not aware of. Anyway, yes?
Are you aware of any technologies that enable nuclear power plants to go from base load to more or less pulsating operation?
Yes, you can, they are quite flexible actually. Most of nuclear power plants are very flexible. You can use them for cycling if you want, but it's economically very bad. There is an idea that they could produce hydrogen in times when the power is not needed in the retail. And this is okay, but this hydrogen is going to be much more expensive than renewable hydrogen. And it will be competing with renewable hydrogen. And we need renewable hydrogen to make renewables competitive. So, something what can be interesting to model, but renewable hydrogen is much cheaper than nuclear hydrogen. So, I think renewable hydrogen will win in most of countries, unless, of course, there is some other non-economic background reasons to build nuclear.
Is there any idea to use it for heating?
Well, that's quite possible, because nuclear has 2/3 of its energy, it's waste heat. But not many are doing that, because probably of acceptance issues. But technically it's completely possible and it makes sense, yes. From a 1,000 megawatt nuclear power plant, you get around 2,000 megawatt heat. So you can heat a big city. Okay, so 20th century energy systems. were simple. They had supply, follow demand. Once you turn on light, some power plant increases production, and the problem is solved. In 21st century, we need to turn that around. We will have supply, which is quite uncontrollable. Wind and solar depends on weather. Even nuclear depends on weather. We see now that because of low rivers, they cannot be cooled, but this is a relatively minor issue. For wind and solar, it's a major issue. You can reduce it, but you cannot increase it above the weather level. So we will have to develop demand which follows supply and build smart energy systems, which are much more complicated. Let's look how Danish are doing it already for many years. This is 10 years ago in Skagen. So when electricity price is high, they use CHP units to produce electricity, sell it on the market, and they also produce heat and store it in heat storage. When electricity price is low or even negative, they turn on electric boilers. Now they have heat pump, so they move to a more efficient system. And basically they store excess of electricity into heat for later heating their customers. So this is the way I would like to see most of moderate regions going. District heating is better than heat pumps for cold climates where you need heating. For the warm climates, it's a question. It's not so easy. Another technology which is good for us, heating is around 40% final energy demand, transport is around 30%. So we started with electrification. Already last year, 8% of car sales were electric cars. I think it looks like a beginning of S-curve. But there is an issue. Okay, let's imagine a situation where everybody has electric car, everybody has a fast charger at home. I don't think it will happen, but JRC thinks it will happen. Because of free market, everybody will want to have a fast charger at home. 70 kilowatts, it doesn't make any sense, but they say it's what they see. Okay, they're modelers.
Larger better.
Sorry?
Larger better.
No, you don't need it. You can charge your car on, you need 7 kilowatts. 7 kilowatts is enough.
I know, but when you tend to buy larger things, that's something that's in people's...
yeah, people like large.
Yes.
Because the size is important.
Yes.
Well, anyway, think of a scenario in which everybody comes home at 5 and plugs in an empty car battery into charger, fast charger. On Austria case, 4 million cars, let's say, that would mean 280 gigawatts, or 20 times more than installed capacity, just for half an hour. It doesn't make any sense. It will never happen. This is just an extreme possibility. But obviously, because we are talking about big powers, we will need smart charging. We will need to control charging in order not to break the system. We did many years ago simulation for the Dubrovnik region. So the yellow part is legacy electricity demand. And this is one scenario in which electric cars, the green part, are charged only in the times when there was excess wind energy. At that time, we only considered wind because solar was still quite expensive. You can see that this is not too much. It's between 5 and 20% additional electricity, depending on country, to electrify all the cars. It's a lot of power because these cars can be charged faster or slower, so they can be used to balance the power system. if we do it properly. And the only thing we need to do is coupling of the wholesale and retail electricity price, which is not popular now because it doesn't really answer social questions. But let's wait for 2 or 3 years while we solve the Russia problem, and then we come back to this issue. Let's go now into energy modeling. This was a very long introduction for you to bit understand what are the problems that we are confronting when we want to model energy systems. We have to look at demographics. We have to look at economics. We have to have results of those modules, or we can take them from literature, in order to be able to analyze demand, future demand, how demand will develop in time. Demand can be linked in different ways with economy, for example. More affluent people will spend more energy. This has worked for most of the human history, but it's a bit decoupling. I will show that later. Now, anyway, this is the usual way the modelers were linking it between GDP growth and final energy demand. This is wrong, because then you cannot model energy efficiency measures. So the better way to do it, I don't say it's the best, is to use useful energy and link useful energy to GDP. What is the difference? What is useful energy in building? It's the number of square meters that you're using. That's useful energy, because that useful energy needs a certain amount of energy to heat, but it will be less if you insulate walls, or more if you don't do that. Final energy is the gas you use for heating. And when you couple these two things, then your gas demand will grow forever. But if you retrofit the buildings, you will not see it in the model because you have coupled directly the gas and economy. So we have to decouple that and couple useful energy demand. In cars, in transport, it's the passenger kilometers, which is useful energy demand, or ton kilometers for cargo transport. So we have to model that, and then using the policies and models for energy efficiency, calculate the final energy demand. So that's a better approach. But you will see that in most of traditional modeling, they do this. Of course, we can then see what are the necessary transformations in such a system, because the oil has to be produced, it has to be converted to derivatives, it has to be brought to the market, then converted into useful energy. So all these conversions can and should be modeled in some way, because you can influence them by policies. You can make a resource analysis in the process, and the emissions, of course. You can calculate environmental loadings, pollution, whatever you think it's important, and of course cost-benefit analysis of such a system. So these models that work like that are good for bookkeeping of your demands for a long time, but you see there is not much, or it's hidden here, the part on wind and solar integration. So LEAP, this is from LEAP. It's an excellent program. We teach it to the students. It takes 1 day to learn. It's a great program, but it cannot solve a high penetration of renewables. So 10 years ago, I read a review paper on energy models, and there were 200 of them. Probably today there are 1,000 of them. And all of them are built with other idea in mind. What do you want to solve? So there is no one single solution. EM is great if you want to solve the long period interrelations between climate, economy, people, energy, emissions, everything. Well, if you want to solve how to integrate 100% renewable energy systems, then they will not be able to capture this detail. So we have to find some other models. So sometimes we use more supply side models in which we go into more details. So we would probably take into account existing capacities in power generation and heating, technology-specific data, hourly distribution curves, capacities and technologies in industry, transport sector, limitations on the capacities, data on storage and flexibility options, demands, policies, and everything in order to calculate new investments, dispatch of heating and power plants, energy system cost, share of renewables, emissions. We can also calculate materials needed or jobs created. Anything that can easily be calculated out of these results. There are many approaches to such models. So I will try to highlight some of the things you have to think about. Do you want to simulate or optimize? I'm more a simulation guy, although most of the community like optimization, because optimization is like a god who will solve your problem. If you understand really what you're doing, simulation is enough, because you do what if. What will happen if I decide to do this? And then you get the result. And with optimization, you give responsibility to somebody else, to a good optimizing package that will tell you what is the optimal solution for the system, for this context you have built in. So if you have built a wrong context, you will get the wrong solution, because optimization would not solve your errors in thinking. Basically, if you put garbage in, you will get the garbage out. So you have to be very careful, what do you want? Also, another important thing why optimization is not really so much necessary in energy modeling is that your system is changing all the time. It's not like industrial process. Industrial process you can optimize because it will be working for at least 10 years as it is. Energy system is changing every day. So you optimize it for one day, but then it's different. So basically, you cannot calculate the optimal system. But of course, you can find quite a lot of information from the optimization because you can see something which you cannot maybe see by your own eyes. How much of smart charging you need if you have so much wind? Or if you have so much electric cars, how much wind you can add? So there is a place in the energy world for both. And that's why there are both types of models. There is no better one. It's the best one is what you need. And then we have to also think about temporal resolution. Do we want to go to sub-hourly, hourly, monthly, yearly? It depends on the complexity. If you're, for example, calculating everything as EMs are doing, you can only go to yearly resolution. You can inside calculate something on a lower, on a high resolution, but it's difficult to integrate, etc. But if you want to solve 100% renewable energy system, you need to go to hourly resolution at least. Without that, you will not get a proper answer, unless you have hydro, then you have no problem. So if you want to model grids, you will probably need to go to even finer resolution. So resolution depends on your problem. What is your research question? Then, of course, it's a time span. Do we want to show 1 day, 1 year, 50 years? If you want to model construction, new installations, then you have to go for at least 20, 30 years. But if you're only interested what will happen with your current system if you just add another 1 gigawatt of wind, then you can go with 1 year system. If you don't have high penetration of variable renewables, it's perfectly fine to go with, let's say, 3 or 4 typical days and model just that, which is a classical approach to modeling. And then, what is the geographical coverage of your model? Is it local, city, region? Is it a country? Is it a global? What can you, or what is the level at which you have to model something? For example, if you have electricity, you cannot, well, you can put assumption that the world is so well connected that you can model it as one. But this is not going to give you reasonable results. So you need to split it into smaller zones in which you can say, well, these zones are relatively homogeneous, and we can model them as one. So you might want to have also multi-zone approach in which you see what happens in a zone A and zone B, depending on, again, on your question, research question. So here are examples of some models that are being used, or we are using them, or but as I said, there are 200s in that paper from Connolly in 2011, and now there are probably 1,000 models. So some are using optimization, some are only simulation models. This red screen is very good for renewables. Energy plan is extremely simple. And Ilya, in the next 2 hours after lunch, will talk about it more. Others are optimization. Again, it depends on what you can pay for, what you can program in, and what is your research question. And then we have different resolutions. You can see all kinds of different resolutions. Time span, how much period you want to cover, depending on what you want to calculate. What is your research question? Again, is it a local, global, regional model? You can often do everything with the same model, but with the assumption of homogeneity, meaning that you have to be able to move energy inside the zone you're calculating perfectly, which is not usually the case. So be careful about these assumptions. Let's go back 50 years ago, how the energy systems were planned. It was quite simple. We had load, and then we would build base load, power plants which would cover the night and day. They would work 8,000 hours per year, 1,000 hours or 760 hours or 1 month they would have to be shut down for retrofit. So you needed to have a backup. Yes, even the old system had a backup. European Union system has around 520 gigawatt peak and around 1,100 gigawatt installed power. So we have lots of backup. Backup is not a problem. We will need backup even with renewables, but we needed it even with classical systems. And then we need some middle load power plants and some peak load power plants. Everything was integrated in one company, billing, energy, all the flows were there. They also provided with transmission, dispatching, reserve planning, capacity expansion planning, distribution, sales, everything was in one company. It was actually quite efficient way of doing it, but it was resistant to change. These guys didn't want to follow the problem, to solve the problem. We had a problem, climate change, security of energy supply. No, we don't care about that. We have our system that works well, we don't want to change. Then we needed to liberalize energy system to allow small producers of renewables to get into the market and to slowly move those big guys out because they're conservative and very powerful. So we had to cheat them out of their nice position because they didn't want to comply. It was easy for them to develop renewables, but they said, no, we don't want to use renewables because they are bad for our system. Okay, so we developed renewables without them, and now they're slowly moving out of the system. They lost the war. So don't be conservative. If technology can solve the problem, be on the front line because it will be done anyway. Somebody will do it. And bear in mind there are 200 sovereignties in the world, which is actually good, because one country which is not rich in fossil fuels is enough to develop new technology. And this is what happened. Denmark developed wind, solar was developed mostly by Germany, a bit Italy and China. Electric cars, China and US, California. We will see who will pay for electrolyzers, but it's enough to have one country that develops new technology, and then all old technologies are dead. They move out because new ones become cheaper. Well, okay, let me try to introduce you the concept of critical excess of production, which means the following. If we increase the penetration of wind into the power system, part of the electricity will have to be curtailed because the peaks will go out of the load. And basically, when we reach around 20% of, okay, here it's terawatt hours, okay, so it's like percentages. But if you put here percent and here percent, it's the same numbers. Then you get to around 5% of curtailment, which is the limit of economic curtailment. If you curtail more than 5%, then your system becomes more expensive. So basically, if you get above this red line in curtailment, in open energy system, everything will be exported. Open energy system means that you're connected with neighboring energy systems, and you will be exporting what would otherwise be curtailed. In the closed energy system, that would be just curtailed or stored, if you have storage, but we're not talking yet about storage. These two curves are with possibility of CHP being used to follow demand. So if we have flexible CHP, we can actually integrate a bit more of wind electricity. If we look from the other side, what happens to the primary energy that is not wind? It's being decreased linearly up to a certain point. So this is good for emissions, because these are usually fossil fuels. But after some time, there is saturation, and there is not significant increase anymore. So you cannot push your variable renewables, like wind and solar, above a certain point if you don't have additional technologies that will use this excess. So this is a critical thing to solve. I hope you're all aware of something what is called the duck curve. Duck curve is called duck curve because it looks like a duck. So let's look at an isolated system, Swiss. It's southwest Australian interconnector, and look at what is the remaining demand for electricity after we integrate solar. So with now was probably 2017 when I took this graph. So then they already lost the daily peak. There was a peak here because it went to the solar. And then in 2020 it went down. So that means that all this additional electricity was covered by solar. And then if you, they will reach by 25 the bottom. So they will have to curtail some of solar energy. In 2030 they will curtail a lot of solar. So you can draw it here. What to do with this excess energy? You can charge electric cars. In Western Australia, it makes sense to charge them during the day. So you should build chargers, not at home, but at work. It's very clever, but you have to think about it. Everybody thinks that people should charge at home. Yes, in windy countries, yes. But in solar countries, actually at work. Okay, so CEP, or critical excess of electricity production, is something we use when we do modeling. I have shown the graph how it works. But there is another concept which is actually very similar. It's a capacity factor. So when we have curtailment of variable renewables, that means that our capacity factor is actually falling down. When you have a low penetration of wind and solar into the system, the capacity factor of them is according to the local meteorological conditions. So for wind, it can be anything between 20 and 50%, and for solar, it can be anything between 10 and 20%. This is the meteorological capacity factor. But if you have a problem of integration, then this capacity factor will fall down. So more renewables you put in the system, less you can integrate, because you reach the duck curve problem. Okay, so this is basically what we call CP. So more variable renewables we put in, more of it gets curtailed. And the limit is around 5% of curtailment, as I said, the economic limit. Here it's normal, but for wind is actually, the real one is around 20 to 50%. But if we divide that by the maximum one, then we get a normalized one. And then this fall is because there is no capacity to integrate it anymore. So capacity factor is falling down. Why this capacity factor is important for us? Because in EAMS, it is the way the renewables are integrated. EAMS work with 1 year period step. So we cannot calculate what happens in each hour. We have to say, okay, we will build 1 gigawatt of wind, and this 1 gigawatt of wind will produce a certain amount of electricity. If we build 2 gigawatt, it will still produce the same amount, but double that, because it's now 2. If we build 5, it will produce 5 times. But if we build 7, it will not produce 7 times more. It will produce 6.5 times more. And that will increase the cost of further investment in wind. And at some point, the investment will stop, because it's not anymore viable to invest. So this is the way this is calculated in, for example, William, or I think also Medeas, or GCAM, or probably or other EMs. Capacity factor is a very clever way how to integrate variable renewables. But the problem is, this is true only when we don't use any storage and when we don't use any demand response. Yes.
So this is simplification.
Yes. So if we use demand response for storage, we can extend this curve up to maybe even 1. And then we have 100% renewable energy systems. Yes.
Also, there's another way to integrate more capacities. It's if you don't focus on generation as kilowatt hours per year, but you rather focus on revenue, then you'll start to build wind solar capacities that do not correlate with the rest of the capacities, and therefore earn or produce more expensive electricity, and the capacity factor stays higher. So you decouple the correlation of wind generation from wind generation.
We are trying to do that with power to heat and power to heat transport.
Yes and no. Actually, one tool they're using right now is introducing market premiums as a form of subsidy. So the investors have an interest to place capacities in a way that they over the year produce or generate energy at times where the price is high.
Yeah, okay.
And that does not necessarily.
This is a financial tool, but in physical world, it doesn't have an extremely significant outcome. Why? Because wind is stochastic, and of course, you want to give them higher premium in times when you need electricity, but they cannot control it. They can control it only at the level when they're siting the wind power plant. So they would prefer to site it in a place where it will produce more energy in summer than in winter, because, for example, there is more wind in winter generally. One thing how you can influence it is by solar on the roof. If you face your solar on the roof towards the south, it will produce the highest amount of energy in Rome time. If you face your solar east and west, it will produce less energy in total, but it will produce more energy in the morning and evening when we have a problem. So with solar, it works better than with wind. Why? The wind is more stochastic.
Yeah, you have more options to really design it. But what I was arguing is that to reduce the capacity factor that drastically may neglect market effects. So, or price signals from the market. Because in the future, we will not build solar oriented to the sun, because there is no price for this electricity.
This is just technical limitation, just technical equation between the production and consumption. So that's why capacity factor is decreasing only on technical, terms. You understand?
Yeah.
Technically.
But what you will get with this is maybe 10%. What I'm getting with adding electrical demand in the times when there is excess wind and solar is like 3 times more than the initial demand. So this is huge. I can really strengthen it. What you are proposing is small. It works, I agree, but it's limited. Try to calculate it. That's why you have to model it.
Luis had a...
Yes.
No, go ahead, because it's quite complex. This is about the real daily market.
Yeah.
In the daily real market, maybe sometimes the company prefers shut down the wind energy in order to maintain the higher price. No? Okay. So, don't worry. Go ahead.
Isn't there on the demand response and storage technologies on the EVOI and thereby on the capacity factor because you need more total energy because you decrease the efficiency, or is that not so significant?
Well, on capacity factor, there is a positive feedback because demand response will straighten the capacity factor function. And by that, it will actually improve ROE.
Yeah. But if you increase capacity factor, you increase the ROI.
Yeah.
You decrease capacity factor, you decrease the ROI.
Yeah.
The ROI is calculated the ex post.
Yeah.
No, but we have a dynamic function for ROI, not only, we have a static function for ROI. So a static function is just for the knowledge wind energy, so nothing to do with that. But the dynamic function for ROI takes into account the capacity factor. So if you decrease the capacity factor, you're going to obtain less energy, so your ROI is going to increase. So this is quite relevant for the dynamic ROI when you decrease capacity factor. So any effort you can do to increase capacity factor is good for everything, of course.
Yeah. Okay. And we can significantly improve capacity factor with demand response. Natasha.
So if you want to use capacity factor as a measure, you need to have a you have to calculate it for some limited region, right?
Yes, because if you have open region, capacity factor will increase, but this is not fair because you have the same problem in another region. But the question is, where do you put the limit to the region? The idea in modular communities is that the best the energy systems of the next 20 years are continental. Maybe later, when we solve geopolitical problem, they will be global, but for the next 20, 30 years, they will be continental.
And how in William, with 9 regions, how this issue is resolved?
That has to be answered by Luis.
At the moment, we have a limit of the maximum energy we can interchange between, in the case of Europe, between the European countries. But I think there is no interchange of net energy between the different regions at the moment. So anyway, this is a limit you can establish. The maximum annual energy, annual or maybe daily, in the case of not there.
Yeah,
I think Gonzalo just left you.
Okay. He's trying to establish this limit. Obviously, this limit may be moved. So, in the future, as Neville said, move from one region to another will increase. At the moment, there is depending on the regions, but usually the limit is quite short.
I have many questions, but okay, so this is a thing that happens in electricity systems, but it happens at a different time scale than the one that the model is working, right? This is very like the daily basis and
well, capacity factor is calculated, let's say, on the yearly basis.
Yeah.
But in order to calculate it, you need to use some statistical approach. So you calculate many different situations, and then you see what happens in these different situations. So we run hundreds of thousands of runs of 8,760 hours, and then used retrofits in order to produce these curves, which are then used in Williams. But at the end, I will try to explain that more into detail, how that is done.
And well, I don't know if I'm going like too far, but so there are many ways that this intermittency and capacity can be addressed. And you are explaining, like, you are very focusing on the demand response. I don't know if it's like a hypothesis or if you are working with this hypothesis of the demand response is the best way to address this. So we are gonna build the model in a way that it prioritizes this, or if there's some price mechanism that is.
The alternative way to solve this is storage.
Yeah.
So you can, of course, put the storage in the model, but our models show that in moderate climates, demand response is much better than storage. In a solar belt, it will be mostly storage, most probably, because they don't have so much demand response. So the equatorial area will be solar battery systems. But in moderate areas like China or Europe or North America, actually this demand response is much cheaper than batteries still. But batteries, prices of batteries may fall so much down that we will change it. So of course we have to model also battery all the systems to see if they become cheaper.
Okay. And then
I don't know other alternatives, but you have either storage or demand response.
yeah. And then I don't remember the question. So demand response can be like people being aware of prices being up during certain days or certain moments and saying, okay, we are not using electricity today. Or it could be like smart systems that automatically do that.
You know, we don't want people in the loop.
Okay.
What we want you to program your computer saying, okay, I want my electric car be ready at 7 o'clock in the morning because I have to go to work. The car may know your schedule, so it may be enough full for what you need. And I want to have 15% of battery at any time in the night because my baby can get sick and I have to go to the hospital. I don't care about anything else. The rest should be smart system design. Selling, buying electricity, charging it, discharging it according to the price.
So then I don't know if I'm going too far, but is it included, the price of including all these smart systems in the household?
Yes.
Or, okay.
Yeah. Even with them, it's relatively cheap. Okay, electrification of transport has started. So the chargers are expensive, but not hugely expensive compared to the cars. Smartness of the chargers is something that we have to develop next. But the price of that is not on the scale comparable with the whole system. So it will be a relatively small addition to price.
And
but
then
yes.
I have one small question. So then we have all these smart systems, which I guess this adds little amount of materials. These amount of materials are difficult to recycle. Are these accounted in the materials?
Well, I'm not the material guy. I will have some slides later on materials, but this has to be done with a bigger model.
Yeah. But actually, there are not many materials. Those are semiconductors.
Yeah.
Well, they are hard to recycle. That's true. Semiconductors.
We consider the nowadays recycling rate, and we consider evolution, a trend for the recycling rate in the near future according to expectation. It's something related with the scenario. So the starting point is that the recycling rate we all already know just now, and different scenarios according what are expected to be the recycling in the near future. This is something we will be able to play with it in the game. The probably recycling rate.
So some examples of what happens to the PV CP curve. We are now back to the critical axis of electricity production, from which we can calculate capacity factors, but this is easy for us. And then you have solar energy and its curve moving depending on various power plants, power to heat, vehicle to grid, etc. So you can see we can move these curves and we can model that. With this way, we calculate how much the duck curve will change depending on different flexibility options. And then let's go into one example of a 100% renewable world. I don't agree fully with this guy Breyer. He's a Finnish guy from Lappeenranta, but he has quite a lot of results which are interesting. And his model says that most of the primary energy demand in the future will be solar energy, and wind will be most of the rest. But this is what we know, but my feeling would be that we would have a bit more wind and a bit less solar. Then he goes on and calculates many different scenarios, and this is one of those scenarios that show how different technologies for supply of electricity and heating will be developing in the future. These models are all public, so you can check all the data. And then he calculates that optimal energy systems for most of the world will be solar energy, because he is coming from solar industry. We don't see that that much north in Great Britain and Germany, but more to the south, yes. The question is following. If you have solar energy coming relatively constantly on a daily basis. So if your insulation is similar every single day in the year, probably the cheapest way we will do it is solar plus batteries. But if we don't have such linear solar capacity all year, and the problem in Northern Europe, it's maybe 10 times bigger in summer than in winter, then we need wind energy and some other renewable energy sources. And then batteries are not really the best, because batteries are good for maybe daily cycling, but they're not good for seasonal cycling. So we need a more complicated system. So we don't see so much solar in Europe, but Breyer sees it. And this is a way how to compare results. You can compare it with Jacobson. He also has the whole world. And I hope soon there will be other models coming out. So this is based on 800, 760 hours simulation optimization, in this case, every year until 2050. In order to calculate it, you have to be able to model certain flexibility technologies, and these are the flexibility technologies that we try to implement in William. So we need interconnections, we need flexibility of thermal power plants, we need power to heat, we need power to electric vehicles, vehicle to grid. We need also synthetic fuels. Ammonia is one of them. We will need some DACs and BECS technologies, so some storage of carbon, because we will need actually to produce synthetic fuels, and to get renewable carbon we will have to suck it from atmosphere or use it from biomass. And then e-fuels to power our heavy transport. So all these technologies should be able to make William 100% renewable compatible, so it can calculate all possible scenarios that it wants to calculate. We can see here how flexibility of power plants influences our CP curve, then how to power to heat influences CP curve. It's moving to the right, so it allows to integrate more variable renewables. Vehicle to grid and smart charging has also quite important influence, depending on the share of smart charging. Hydrogen for industry then also has influence, and then aggregated results for, this is not the case which uses all possible flexibility options. It's just one of hundreds of thousands of cases. You can see how combination of different technologies play on integration of variable renewables. And then we have this graph that shows capacity factors for renewables. So it's basically constant, and then it falls down depending on the combination of flexibility options. You see here hundreds of thousands of runs that Luca and Emilio have done. And the one interesting thing is that these three dots here have the same amount of variable renewable capacities, but using different flexibility options. So if we use more flexibility options, our capacity factor is much higher than here and much, much higher than here. So the same system on the supply side, but very different flexibility options will result in a very different capacity factor curves. So this is the way we are integrating this knowledge about how flexibility options improve the integration of variable renewables into grid. And then a few more words about what else we can calculate. We can calculate, for example, easily out of technologies that we have new workplaces, which may be interested from a social point of view. Renewables will generally generate more working places than fossil fuels. We can see it already growing in different countries for different technologies. And also we have to calculate the loss of jobs, because the loss of fossil fuel sectors. It's relatively easy to calculate how many jobs will be lost in upstream, but if you take into account all the multiplying sectors, it might be more complicated. So in order to have a full information about the jobs created and lost, one would have to do a proper input-output calculation. But you can have a relatively good insight by just putting how much jobs are created per megawatt added of solar or wind, or how much jobs are lost by decrease of use of oil and gas. Okay, so this shows what we think, what somebody thinks will happen in jobs. This is current plans and energy transition scenario. So the current plans means there will be much more jobs in non-renewable sector in 2050. And then these are jobs per different technologies. And this is this calculation, I think, included also job destruction. Yes, there will be more job destruction in the beginning of the transition, and then, but these jobs will be replaced by new jobs. So this is important, but this is not my field, but you can calculate it inside the energy model. What we know is that the jobs will shift from upstream to downstream in time, because the production will become more efficient, but the installation will need more jobs, because if we are putting distributed energy system instead of centralized energy system, it means we have to have more people on the ground, which is maybe not bad for us, because that means we will retain some jobs here. And then one thing we discussed yesterday, decoupling is happening. The absolute decoupling in, I think, 25 countries. We can see that GDPs are growing in those countries and emissions are falling. And we have achieved this by energy transition. So it works. Yes?
About half.
We are changing models.
Sorry?
We achieve this in models. But
No, this is reality.
This is data, but
This
about
is
half of it is, like I checked also the Our World on Data and I counted all those that are no longer decoupling when you have consumption-based emissions, and it's half.
Okay, so let's look at the consumption-based emissions and discuss that. So we can see that in most of Europe, consumption-based emissions are higher than production-based emissions. But for how much? So let's look at Germany, it's 10 to 20%. Okay, go back. No, sorry. Go back. Germany has decreased emission by 21%. So it's a much straighter curve, but it's still decoupling.
Yes, but for half of the countries in this list, it disappears.
Okay, possible. But look at this. Sweden has more than 100% higher emissions if you look at consumption. Why is that so? What do you think?
Is they import everything from Norway?
No, because they decarbonize power and heating system already, so they don't have any more emissions. They have only transport and industrial emissions. So when they export their production somewhere else, they export a significant amount of emissions. But this is because they're good at decarbonization. So one has to be careful with these numbers, but if you take it into account, still some countries are decarbonizing. I mean, look at Poland. Most of Eastern Europe should actually be having a negative, but I don't see here Poland. So it's maybe not. But we're only starting with the transition. By 2030, most of the power system will be renewable in Europe. And we are now moving very fast into electrification of transport and heating. So after 2030, we start with hydrogen for industry. And what are you going to say in 2050 when we are going to be 100% renewable?
Well, I think that the main point with decoupling is that anybody is denying that it has happened. The point is that if we want to achieve carbon budget, that is not enough. It's not enough at all. And that reading, that percentage of decoupling that has been seen in some countries are not absolutely enough. And you have talked about on power system and electricity system, but the electrification of transport is not going to happen at that fast. And we have seen how the raw material prices has slowed down a lot during these recent years. The electrification, the companies are saying that it's not going to be that easy. And the emissions from the transport are a huge part of that. And you said also at the beginning that in the Gaia identity, the only part that you can really go down is the CO2 emissions under primary energy, but that you cannot really touch GDP. And if you cannot really touch GDP, the demand of transport is not going to change that much.
Useful demand, probably not, yes, but final energy demand we can reduce by a factor 5 by electrification.
Yeah, so
you're right, we have a budget problem.
Yeah, but the point is that, of course, that there are incrementally things that are going better, but we are not at a time that we can afford that incrementally.
What is the alternative that can be faster? I agree fully with that. We cannot manage to reach 1.5 degree carbon budget. But look at what we did. What was considered to be a business as usual case was RCP 8.5, which was based on a fast development of fossil fuel in the future, and which would mean basically 5-6 degrees increase in temperature. Now we know this RCP 8.5 is not going to happen. Why it's not going to happen? Because we already did quite a lot of transition. We're not going to see lots of coal in future. It will still stay for some time, but slowly go down, and it will not go up. So, yes, we didn't reach the 1.5 budget, but we are now very far away from 5 degrees budget, and we are currently on the pathway to 3 degrees budget. So everything what you have as an idea how to make that faster, it's good. But on the other hand, from the techno-economic point of view, we can do energy transition in a few years. I can show you later example of Rio Grande do Norte, a Brazilian state, who moved from practically 0% renewables to 260% renewables in 4 years. The problem is socio-political, the barriers, the fossil fuel lobbies. You know, we can do this transition. Okay, materials, it's a problem. We have to increase the production. But we could have started when we knew about the problem. And when did we know about the climate change problem? Well, Arrhenius published a paper in 1896. So we know about the problem. So socio-political side is what is slowing it down. So if you have suggestions how to make it faster, yes, we can model it probably. What to do? To stop heating houses? You see, even these guys who are more advanced were not all agreeing on 27. You see, because people like to have their comfort. So what if we decide, and somebody, I think, again, decided and changed the temperature? It was me. It was you, okay. But then somebody can get angry and go and protest. So yes, I agree with you. It's a problem, but this is as good as we can do it. Okay, let's go to further things we can calculate. Of course, CO2 emissions. We can calculate materials. I'm already at the end of the time. Yeah, okay. So we will need lots more materials. And I'm not a material guy, and we're going to calculate those materials. But one thing that you should take into account is that materials are actually quite abundant. All these materials are rare earths, the blue ones here. They're much more abundant than, for example, gold or platinum, which are down here. The question is how to quickly move them to the markets. This is a problem. Because Serbia does not want to mine lithium, we're not going to have lithium for European car industry. I hope you change your mind, because we need Serbian lithium. But these socio-political things are important considerations. Okay, I'm just then finishing now. How we are integrating this capacity factor in EMs, I already explained, so I will not go into the detail. Basically, energy plan results, we run hundreds of thousands of runs. Gonzalo is now doing regression, and this is going to be implemented in William. And maybe, I don't know, Luca, if you can say a few words about this slide, because this is what you were doing last few years. And that's my last slide.
Our data on variable renewables and working of flexibility options in order to, for example, for European Union or the rest of the locomotion regions, also we need to have the data on capacities, data on our distributions, data on the possible availability of installations of new capacities, how much wind can be put in, solar, how much can we decarbonize the industry, because we have some specific cases depending on the region, for example, heating as well. And when we combine all of these technologies, we need some way of implementing them into the simulations. In order, that's why we did a lot of clustering of data to combine different, to have different combinations of the involvement of these technologies. So we have big installations of variable renewables, but small installation of flexibility options, all of them already divided by the type. Or separate cases, we have a lot of flexibility options, but not so much of renewables. And when we combine all this data, we get hundreds of thousands or even millions. We are now just running something like 5 million simulations to capture the data. And then we get all the outputs from that. We get the data on the capacity factors, the emissions, share of renewables, of course, the installations themselves. We can use this data to generate some relations between the input and output points and feed that data into the EAMs. So we actually get some connection between the installed capacity of renewable and then the required capacity of flexibility option in order to satisfy some condition on the share of renewables or the level of capacity factor, level of emissions, etc. And that is done by a linear regression in Mach. And that is part of the energy module in Google.
Okay.
Thank you, Luca. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric.
I will be here this next week, so there is time for questions. We have to go for lunch now.
I mean, if there's something very important or something that you really want to ask, we can have a few more minutes. Is there any question? Okay, then. Okay, then please let's go for lunch. Continue this discussion during lunch and.